What if everything we see in the universe is just a small part of a bigger question? A question that has led to the creation of many religions and ideas, influencing cultures and beliefs for centuries. If the universe was created by God, then who created God? Ancient civilizations often looked to the natural world when shaping their understanding of deities. They observed the sun rising and setting, the changing seasons, and the power of storms. Such phenomena inspired the belief that these forces were controlled by powerful beings. For example, the sun might be seen as a god that brought light and warmth, vital for life and agriculture, while storms could represent a deity's anger or displeasure. The attributes of these gods were often reflections of the needs and experiences of the people. Agricultural societies might worship earth and fertility gods, seeking assurance for good harvests. In contrast, cultures facing the harshness of nature might envision deities that personified chaos, strength, or protection. As societies grew, so did the complexity of their gods. Some ancient peoples believed in a pantheon, where multiple gods existed, each with specific roles, like a god of war, a goddess of love, or a god of the sea, similar to a vast family with unique responsibilities. Rituals and myths were central to these beliefs, serving to explain the puzzling aspects of life and death. Storytelling became a way to impart moral lessons and shared values, making the complex nature of deities more relatable. Temples and sacred spaces were built to honor these beings, illustrating the deep connection between the divine and the everyday lives of the people. Thus, for ancient civilizations, deities were not only powerful beings, but also vital partners in human existence, influencing everything from the cycles of nature to personal destiny. Religious myths have played a significant role in shaping the idea of God throughout human history. These myths offer narratives that help people make sense of the world around them, explaining the mysteries of existence, the origins of life, and the fundamental questions of why we are here. Each culture has created its own stories that reflect its values, fears, and aspirations. In ancient societies, myths often depicted gods who had specific responsibilities and attributes, such as controlling the weather, governing the harvest, or providing protection. These stories provided a way to understand natural phenomena. For example, a thunderstorm might have been seen as a wrathful deity expressing anger, while a peaceful day could be interpreted as their favor. This connection between divine beings and the environment helped to form a foundation for reverence and worship, as communities sought to appease or honor these powerful figures. As civilizations evolved, so did the concepts of divinity. Myths became more complex, often blending moral lessons with tales of creation or destruction. They encouraged ethical behavior by describing the rewards of righteousness and the consequences of wrongdoing. These narratives helped shape communal identities and reinforced social norms. The idea of God transformed from a collection of gods with limited powers to a singular, omnipotent being in some traditions, reflecting changing human understandings of the universe. Religious myths also influenced philosophical thoughts about God. Through interpretation of these stories, scholars and theologians began to explore deeper meanings, questions about existence, morality, and the afterlife. This intellectual engagement eventually led to more abstract representations of God, moving away from anthropomorphic images to concepts of an all-encompassing transcendent force. Overall, religious myths have been central in crafting the narrative about God across various cultures. They serve as a bridge between human experience and the divine, shaping beliefs, guiding moral conduct, and providing comfort amidst the uncertainties of life. Different cultures have unique stories and beliefs about the origin of God or gods, often reflecting the values and experiences of the people who created them. In many ancient cultures, gods were seen as personifications of natural forces. For example, thunder, lightning, and the seas were often attributed to powerful beings who influenced the world around them. The Greeks had gods like Zeus, who ruled the sky, embodying the human traits of strength and emotion. In contrast, indigenous cultures might see their deities as ancestors or spirits that embody nature itself. For instance, many Native American tribes view the earth as a living entity, with all elements of nature representing spiritual forces that guide and protect them. Other cultures develop monotheistic views, believing in one supreme being that is the creator of the universe. In religious traditions like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, God is described as eternal, transcendent, and beyond human comprehension. These beliefs often come with detailed narratives about how God created everything from nothing, establishing order within chaos. Furthermore, some philosophies propose that gods emerged from the collective human experience, serving as symbols of moral and ethical ideals. Across various cultures, stories of creation often intertwine with lessons about humanity's relationship with nature, morality, and community. These diverse perspectives illustrate how the origin of divinity is a complex narrative shaped by historical context, environment, and human imagination. Each culture's story helps its followers to understand their place in the universe and to find meaning in their existence. The exploration of early belief systems about God reveals a rich tapestry woven from various cultural, archaeological, and textual sources. Initially, the earliest humans, relying on their observations of nature, created gods that seemed to embody the forces they could not control, such as the sun, storms, and fertility. This world of spirits and deities filled their existence with meaning, serving as explanations for natural phenomena and life's mysteries. Archaeological discoveries from ancient sites around the world have unveiled artifacts that illustrate these early beliefs. Statues or idols, often depicting human or animal forms, suggest that many civilizations, such as the Sumerians and Egyptians, worshipped specific deities tied to natural elements or human traits. For example, Sumerians revered gods like the sun god and the goddess of love, indicating a structured pantheon of divine figures that influenced everyday life. In addition to artifacts, ancient texts offer a glimpse into these belief systems. The epic poems of Mesopotamia, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, narrate stories where gods interact with humans, shaping their destinies and reflecting early views of divine beings as both supportive and capricious. The sacred stories of cultures like the ancient Egyptians further illustrate their complex relationship with the divine, showcasing gods linked to creation, death, and the afterlife. Moreover, the remains of temples and sacred spaces highlight how ancient societies built places of worship to honor and connect with their gods. These structures were often elaborate, signifying the importance of ritual and community in religious practices. The transition from polytheistic beliefs, where many gods were worshipped, to monotheistic systems, as seen later in religions like Judaism, marks a significant evolution in humanity's understanding of the divine. These diverse pieces of evidence collectively paint a picture of early belief systems, where gods served not only as explanations for the world, but also as crucial components of social and spiritual life. Each civilization, influenced by its environment and experiences, contributed to the evolving narrative of humanity's quest for understanding the divine. The shift from polytheistic beliefs to monotheistic concepts is a fascinating journey through human thought and culture. In communities where polytheism thrived, multiple gods were worshipped, each overseeing different aspects of life: nature, war, fertility, and so on. This diversity of deities allowed for a rich tapestry of stories and rituals reflecting the complexity of human experience. Each god had a distinct personality and role, giving followers various ways to connect with the divine. As societies grew and developed, particularly with the increase of urbanization, the need for cohesion and unity became essential. People began to look for a more singular understanding of the universe and their place within it. In this context, the idea of a single, all-powerful deity started to emerge. One reason for this transition was the desire for a more personal and direct relationship with the divine, rather than relating through a multitude of gods, which could sometimes feel distant or impersonal. Additionally, as societies engaged in trade and communication with one another, shared ideas and philosophies began to spread across cultures. These exchanges often included the concepts of one encompassing God, leading to the rise of religions that centered around a sole figure of worship. This new understanding provided followers with a clearer framework for ethical behavior and community identity. Furthermore, historical events, such as conquests and the spread of empires, played a crucial role. As powerful leaders adopted monotheistic beliefs, these ideas gained prominence and often dictated the beliefs of the populations they ruled. For instance, the rise of Christianity and later Islam turned the belief in one God into a major force in the world, reshaping societies and replacing many polytheistic traditions. Over time, the narrative about the one God shifted from a distant figure to a more personal being, leading to deeper spiritual insights. The movement from polytheism to monotheism was not abrupt, but rather a gradual transformation influenced by social changes, philosophical ideas, and cultural exchanges. This evolution reflects humanity's ongoing quest to understand existence and find meaning in the complexity of life. Creation myths from various cultures offer unique insights into how people have interpreted the existence of a divine being. These narratives often attempt to answer profound questions about the origins of the universe and the role of God within it. In many cases, these myths present God as a creator who brings order to chaos. For example, in some traditions, the universe starts as a vast, dark void, and God acts as a powerful force, shaping the world through spoken words or actions. Additionally, creation myths frequently depict God using a personal touch to form humanity, illustrating a deep connection between the creator and creation. This anthropomorphic representation helps people relate to the divine, making God more accessible and understandable. Some myths suggest multiple gods, each responsible for different aspects of creation, indicating that the divine can manifest in various forms and powers. Furthermore, creation myths often incorporate themes of sacrifice and renewal. In some stories, the creation of the world stems from the death or dismemberment of a god, symbolizing the idea that existence arises from loss. This narrative not only explores the existence of God, but also raises questions about the nature of life, death, and rebirth, presenting God as part of a larger cycle of existence. Ultimately, these myths reflect humanity's quest to make sense of their surroundings and their relationship to a divine entity, often using symbolism and allegory to convey complex ideas about creation and the nature of God. Through these stories, cultures seek to explain the unexplainable, providing spiritual foundation and meaning in the lives of people across generations. Major religious texts have played a significant role in shaping how people understand the origin of God. In various traditions, these texts often provide narratives that explain not only the creation of the universe, but also the nature of the divine. For instance, in the Christian tradition, the book of Genesis describes God as the creator who brings everything into existence through his will. This underscores a belief in God's eternal existence, suggesting that he was not created, but is instead the source of all creation. Similarly, in the Islamic tradition, the Quran presents God, or Allah, as self-sufficient and unique, existing without a beginning or end. This perspective emphasizes that God does not derive existence from anything else. Such descriptions reinforce the idea of God as a foundational reality, distinct from the created world. In Hinduism, various texts like the Vedas and Upanishads illustrate different concepts of divinity. Some emphasize a singular, all-encompassing source, while others discuss multiple deities, suggesting a more complex relationship between the divine and the universe. This reflects a view that creation and God can be intertwined in a continuous cycle of existence and renewal. These religious texts not only address the questions surrounding God's existence, but also influence followers' understanding of morality, purpose, and the nature of the universe. The narratives and teachings within these scriptures have molded cultural beliefs about God, contributing to the rich tapestry of ideas that seek to explain the divine origin and its relationship with humanity. Ultimately, across different faiths, the texts invite contemplation on the profound mystery of existence itself and the nature of the divine, prompting questions that have intrigued humanity for centuries. In hunter-gatherer societies, the concept of God was often rooted in nature and the immediate environment. People lived in smaller, mobile groups and relied heavily on the land for survival, so their understanding of the divine was closely tied to animals, plants, and the elements. Spiritual beliefs often revolved around animism, where everything in the world, from the smallest pebble to the largest tree, was thought to possess a spirit. This connection fostered a respect for nature and a belief in the sacredness of the world surrounding them. Deities were usually seen as powerful forces that could influence daily life, hunting success, or the changing seasons. In contrast, as societies transitioned to agrarian life, where people settled and farmed the land, the concept of God began to evolve. With agriculture, communities grew larger and more complex, creating a need for organized structure and governance. This shift led to more formalized religions, where gods were often personified in a more distinct way. These deities were typically associated with fertility, abundance, and the sun or rain, elements vital for successful harvests. Cultures began to build temples, create rituals, and develop written texts to honor these gods, often attributing more anthropomorphic characteristics to them. Agrarian societies tended to have a more hierarchical view of the divine, with a pantheon of gods representing various aspects of life and leadership, reflecting the structured nature of their communities. Overall, while hunter-gatherer societies viewed divine forces as interconnected with the natural world, agrarian cultures often framed their understanding of God in a more organized, community-centered manner, mirroring the complexities of settled life and agriculture. Philosophical discussions about the existence of God often center around several key arguments that explore both the nature of existence and the idea of a higher power. One of the most well-known is the cosmological argument. This perspective asserts that everything that exists has a cause, and if we trace back the chain of causes, we eventually arrive at an uncaused cause, something that initiated existence itself. Many people identify this initial cause with God. Another important argument is the teleological argument, often referred to as the argument from design. This idea suggests that the complexity and order we observe in the universe point to an intelligent designer. For instance, the intricacies of natural laws and the fine-tuning of conditions that allow life to exist inspire many to conclude that such precise arrangement could not have occurred purely by chance. The moral argument offers another dimension to this discussion. It posits that if objective moral values exist, standards of right and wrong that apply universally, then there must be a source for these values beyond individual opinion or societal norms. Many argue that this source is God, giving a grounding for morality that transcends human experience. In contrast, some philosophical viewpoints challenge the existence of God. The problem of evil argues that if an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good God exists, then evil should not prevail in the world. The existence of suffering and injustice raises questions about the nature of God or even the possibility of God's existence. Additionally, the argument from non-belief suggests that the lack of universal belief in God is evidence against the existence of such a being. If God were as evident as many claim, why would there be so much doubt or disbelief? These discussions highlight the depth and complexity of the search for understanding regarding God's existence, engaging both believers and skeptics in a timeless dialogue about faith, reason, and the nature of reality itself. Each argument invites further exploration and reflection, shaping the critical questions that have intrigued humanity for millennia. The first cause argument is a philosophical concept that seeks to explain the existence of everything by proposing that there must have been an original cause that itself was not caused by anything else. It starts with the observation that everything in the universe seems to have an origin. For instance, when you look at a tree, it came from a seed, which came from another tree, and so on. This chain of causes can be traced back, leading one to wonder what initiated it all. According to the first cause argument, this sequence cannot go on indefinitely. Eventually, there has to be something that is not contingent upon anything else, something that exists independently. This is often referred to as the first cause or uncaused cause. Many proponents of this argument identify this first cause with God. They suggest that this entity must possess certain attributes, such as being timeless, spaceless, and powerful, because it exists outside our usual understanding of time and space. Therefore, the argument asserts that if everything we see has an origin and cannot exist eternally through a series of causes, then the first cause must be the source of it all, including the universe itself. It presents a foundational idea that aligns with many religious beliefs that point to God as the creator of everything around us. In this way, the first cause argument serves to bridge philosophical inquiry and theological perspectives, proposing a necessary being that initiated the existence of the cosmos. The ontological argument for God's existence is a philosophical idea that suggests God's existence can be derived from the very concept of God. It posits that if we can conceive of a perfect being, then that being must exist, because existence is a necessary trait of perfection. However, this argument has faced several criticisms. Firstly, many philosophers argue that existence is not a property that adds to the greatness of a being. For example, just because we can imagine a perfect being does not automatically mean that it must exist in reality. This perspective suggests that one can picture unicorns or dragons, yet that does not make them real. Critics contend that imagining a perfect God does not substantiate that such a being exists outside of our thoughts. Another critique challenges the definition of God itself. Some argue that defining God as the greatest conceivable being raises questions about what we consider to be greatness. If different people have varying ideas about what constitutes perfection or greatness, the argument collapses under its subjective interpretations. Additionally, philosophers like Immanuel Kant pointed out that existence is not a predicate or characteristic of something. He explained that saying something exists does not provide information about its nature. Thus, simply stating that God must exist because of the definition of God does not successfully prove actual existence. Finally, the ontological argument often presumes a level of certainty about the nature of God that is debated. Some critics suggest that the leap from conception to existence requires more than logical reasoning. It also demands empirical evidence or experiential validation, which the ontological argument does not provide. Through these criticisms, the ontological argument is seen by many as an intriguing yet ultimately flawed attempt to reason about the existence of God based solely on definitions and logical constructs without anchoring them in reality. This ongoing debate highlights the complexity of discussions surrounding existence and the divine, engaging minds in philosophical inquiry and exploration. Existential philosophers often approach the question of God's origin from a unique perspective, focusing more on human existence than on the divine itself. They frequently argue that traditional answers about God's existence or origin are less important than the meaning individuals create in their own lives. For many existentialists, God is not a distant figure who provides answers or a predefined purpose. Instead, they view the existence of God as something that must be questioned and interpreted from a personal standpoint. Thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre suggest that if God were to exist, humanity would be burdened with the obligation to find meaning in a universe that may not provide it inherently. Therefore, God's origin, in their view, may reside in human consciousness and experience rather than in a concrete, established reality. Other philosophers, like Søren Kierkegaard, offer a different angle. While he acknowledges the uncertainty around God's existence, he emphasizes the importance of faith and individual experience in understanding the divine. Kierkegaard believes that the search for God is a deeply personal journey, shaped by our choices and reflections on existence. Existential philosophers encourage individuals to confront the uncertainty of life's questions, including those about God, and to forge their own beliefs and meanings. This perspective fundamentally shifts the discussion from seeking God's origin to exploring how humanity can navigate existence without clear answers. The act of questioning itself becomes a critical component of finding personal significance in an unpredictable universe. Process theology presents a fascinating perspective on the nature of God and creation. It suggests that rather than being a static and all-controlling being, God is dynamic and evolves with creation. In this view, God is not the sole creator acting from a distance, but rather a participant in the unfolding story of the universe. Imagine a conversation between God and humanity. In process theology, this relationship is collaborative. God influences the world with love and creativity, but also responds to the choices and actions of beings within creation. Each decision taken by humans or other creatures contributes to the ongoing development of the universe, shaping not only the world but also the nature of God itself. This means that God's power is not coercive but persuasive. Rather than imposing a predetermined plan, God offers possibilities to be realized. Think of a gardener nurturing a garden. While the gardener provides nutrients and care, the final outcome is influenced by the plant's own growth and the conditions around them. Therefore, process theology affirms that God, although created alongside the universe, is not limited by it. Instead, God grows through interaction with every aspect of creation. Furthermore, this perspective addresses various theological concerns, such as the problem of evil. If God is seen as affected by the suffering in the world and always seeking to guide creation towards good, it reframes how we understand divine role in hardship and chaos. In this way, process theology invites individuals to engage with a God that is deeply relational, ever-present, and involved in the ongoing process of life. The Enlightenment, a period in the 17th and 18th centuries, brought about significant shifts in how people thought about God and religion. During this time, reason and scientific inquiry began to take precedence over traditional beliefs and dogma. Rather than relying solely on religious authority, thinkers started to promote the idea that humans could use reason to understand the world around them, including concepts of divinity. As Enlightenment philosophers emphasized individual thought, they encouraged people to question established norms. This skeptical approach led many to challenge the existence of a personal God who intervenes in human affairs. Instead, some thinkers proposed a view of God as a distant creator who set the universe in motion but does not interfere with its laws. This belief is known as deism, which asserts that God does not engage in miracles or reveal knowledge through holy texts. Additionally, the Enlightenment encouraged a focus on ethics and morality independent of religion. Philosophers began to argue that moral principles could be derived from reason and human experience rather than divine command. This idea paved the way for secular ethics, which gained traction during and after this period. Moreover, the movement's emphasis on human rights and the dignity of the individual also influenced religious thought. Many began to see a more inclusive and tolerant view of spirituality, allowing for diverse interpretations of God and faith. This shift fostered an environment where questioning and dialogue about belief could flourish, ultimately leading to a broader understanding of spirituality in society. The Enlightenment significantly altered philosophical views on God by promoting reason over tradition, encouraging a less personal understanding of divinity, and fostering secular ethics. This shift opened the door for new ideas about spirituality and freedom of belief that continue to resonate in modern thought. Modern philosophical perspectives on the origin of God present a varied landscape of thought. Many philosophers grapple with foundational questions about existence and the nature of divinity. One perspective is the cosmological argument, which suggests that everything that exists must have a cause. This leads to the idea of a first cause, often identified as God. Proponents argue that since the universe began, it must have a reason for its existence beyond itself. Conversely, some philosophers adopt an atheistic stance, asserting that the concept of God is a human construct developed out of a need to explain natural phenomena and human experiences. This view highlights the evolution of religious thought as a reflection of cultural and historical circumstances, rather than the existence of a divine entity. Another modern viewpoint is the perspective of existentialism. Existentialists often emphasize individual experience over abstract reasoning. They might argue that the meaning of God, or lack thereof, depends on personal experiences and choices, rather than objective truths. This line of thinking encourages people to construct their own meaning in life. Also noteworthy is the discussion around apophatic theology, which suggests that God is ultimately beyond human comprehension. This view posits that attempting to define God is limiting, and that the divine essence can only be understood through what cannot be said, pointing to a greater mystery. Finally, there is the idea of process theology, which views God not as a static entity, but as one who is evolving along with creation. This perspective suggests a dynamic relationship between God and the universe, emphasizing change and co-creation, which contrasts sharply with traditional views of God as unchanging and absolute. Each of these perspectives contributes to a broader understanding of how we might think about the origin and nature of God in contemporary discussions, weaving together philosophy, science, and spirituality in intricate and thought-provoking ways. The Big Bang Theory proposes that the universe began as a small, hot, and dense point which expanded over time, leading to the cosmos we know today. This scientific explanation of the universe's origin invites intriguing connections and discussions with theological interpretations about creation. For many religious perspectives, the Big Bang can be seen as a moment of divine creation, where the universe came into being as part of a greater plan. This notion aligns with various theological views that describe a beginning orchestrated by a higher power. The idea that everything in existence emanated from an initial event resonates with creation stories found in many cultures, where a supreme being or force initiates the formation of the world. However, this scientific explanation does not delve into the questions of why the universe began or what may lie beyond the observable cosmos. While the Big Bang outlines how the universe expanded and evolved, it does not address the ultimate why, which is where theology steps in, offering interpretations that provide answers to these profound questions. This intersection can create dialogue between science and faith, prompting thinkers from both realms to explore how they can coexist. Some embrace the Big Bang as a scientific validation of their beliefs, while others may view it as a challenge to traditional views of creation. Ultimately, the relationship between the Big Bang theory and theological interpretations fosters a rich conversation about existence, encouraging individuals to contemplate not only how the universe began, but also the implications of such a beginning on human life and understanding. Quantum physics, with its remarkable discoveries, prompts deep contemplation about the nature of reality and, by extension, the concept of existence itself, which can influence beliefs about a higher power. At its core, quantum physics reveals a world where particles behave in ways that defy traditional logic. For example, particles can be in multiple states at once until they are observed, suggesting that reality is not as fixed as we perceive it. This phenomenon has led to discussions about the role of consciousness in shaping the universe, raising questions about whether a guided intelligence could be involved in the fabric of reality. Additionally, quantum entanglement demonstrates a strange connection between particles, no matter how far apart they are. This interconnectedness hints at a universe where everything might be more related than we once thought. Some believe this profound unity suggests a divine source or purpose behind existence. It presents a vision of a universe that is not just a series of random events, but one that could potentially have an underlying intention or design. Furthermore, the uncertainty principle in quantum mechanics indicates that we can never know everything about a particle's position and momentum at the same time. This irreducible uncertainty opens up conversations about the limits of human knowledge and goes hand in hand with philosophical inquiries surrounding the nature of existence and whether a higher power may reside beyond what we can measure or fully understand. While quantum physics does not provide direct evidence for or against the existence of God, it does inspire awe and wonder about the universe. It encourages us to wrestle with questions of creation, meaning, and our place in the cosmos, leading many to explore the possibility of a divine presence, guiding the incredible complexity and beauty of the universe. The topic of the universe's beginning often intertwines science and philosophy, particularly when discussing concepts of a divine creator. Cosmologists study the origins of the universe through theories like the Big Bang, which suggests that everything we see today started from an incredibly hot and dense point. This event is believed to have happened around 13.8 billion years ago, marking the beginning of space and time as we understand them. The challenge arises when cosmologists consider what might have come before this moment. While science provides detailed explanations for the development of the universe from that initial state, it often leaves questions about the cause of the Big Bang itself. Some cosmologists think about whether a creator might be behind this beginning, proposing that the universe's existence could indicate something greater than just random chance. In reconciling these views, many cosmologists emphasize the idea that science and religion can coexist without conflict. They suggest that while science explains how the universe evolved after its inception, spirituality or divine guidance may provide a purpose or meaning behind that creation. For some, the immense complexity and order found in the laws of physics could be seen as a reflection of a creator's influence. Thus, cosmologists often approach this topic with an open mind, recognizing that science explores the mechanisms of the universe while philosophical or religious interpretations can offer deeper understanding of its meaning. This way, discussions surrounding the universe's origin become rich dialogues between scientific inquiry and metaphysical contemplation, inviting people from all backgrounds to explore their beliefs concerning existence. Dark matter serves as a fascinating topic in conversations about the universe, often intertwining science and philosophy. It is an invisible substance that makes up a significant portion of the universe's mass, yet it does not emit or absorb light. This mysterious nature means it cannot be observed directly. Instead, Scientists infer its presence through gravitational effects on visible matter, such as galaxies. In discussions about God, dark matter represents humanity's quest to understand the larger questions of existence and the cosmos. It embodies the unknown, pushing us to probe deeper into the workings of the universe. For many, contemplating dark matter invites reflections on creation, the nature of reality, and the limits of human understanding. It suggests that even in our advanced scientific age, there are still many mysteries that challenge our intellect. Moreover, exploring dark matter opens avenues for philosophical discussions about purpose and the nature of the universe. Some may wonder if the existence of such an unseen force hints at a grand design, while others might ponder the randomness of existence. Ultimately, the presence of dark matter expands our comprehension of the universe and serves as a bridge between scientific inquiry and existential wonder, inviting each of us to consider our place in this vast, enigmatic realm. In recent years, the concept of intelligent design has seen a significant shift in its reception within scientific circles. Initially, when it emerged in the late 20th century, it presented itself as an alternative explanation to evolution, suggesting that certain features of the universe and living things are best explained by an intelligent cause rather than natural processes. This idea quickly became a subject of intense debate. Over time, many scientists have scrutinized intelligent design for its lack of empirical support and testability. Scientific progress relies on hypotheses that can be tested and validated through observation and experimentation. Intelligent design, however, often invokes the idea of a supernatural designer, which falls outside the scope of scientific examination. As a result, it has been increasingly viewed as more of a philosophical or theological stance rather than a scientific theory. Consequently, within the scientific community, many have grown skeptical of the validity and utility of intelligent design. Instead of being seen as a competing scientific concept, it is often considered a form of pseudoscience, lacking the rigorous evidence required for acceptance in scientific discussions. Overall, the evolution of opinions about intelligent design illustrates a broader understanding of what constitutes scientific inquiry. As the scientific method continues to demonstrate its effectiveness in explaining natural phenomena, intelligent design has not gained the traction it initially sought within the scientific community. The idea of a deity initiating creation presents various scientific challenges, primarily because science relies heavily on observable phenomena and testable theories. In the scientific method, hypotheses must be supported by evidence gathered through experimentation and observation. The concept of a deity, often defined in a way that transcends empirical capabilities, makes it difficult to apply this systematic approach. One major challenge arises from the theory of the Big Bang. This scientific theory describes how the universe expanded from an extremely hot and dense state about 14 billion years ago. While it explains the development of the universe following its inception, it does not address what caused this initial event. Some might argue that this void presents an opportunity for divine intervention. However, the scientific community seeks natural explanations for phenomena, aiming to uncover the mechanisms behind the unfolding of the universe rather than invoking a supernatural cause. Additionally, the concept of a deity initiating creation often implies the existence of timelessness and spacelessness prior to creation. In contrast, modern physics suggests that time and space emerged at the moment of the Big Bang. This leads to complex philosophical discussions about causality and existence, complicating the notion of a creator existing independently of the universe. Furthermore, advancements in fields such as cosmology and quantum physics challenge traditional views of creation. For instance, some theorists propose that the universe could emerge from quantum fluctuations, suggesting that creation could happen spontaneously without any divine influence. These ideas push the boundaries of conventional creation narratives and encourage a more scientific perspective on the origins of the universe. Ultimately, the intersection of faith and science creates a fascinating dialogue, but also reveals significant complexities. While faith may provide personal meaning about existence, scientific inquiry focuses on understanding the observable universe, leading to a landscape where questions regarding a deity's role in creation remain deeply philosophical and often outside the scope of empirical science. Physicists approach the question of God's existence with a focus on observable evidence and the laws of nature. For many, the universe can be explained through scientific principles without needing to invoke a divine being. They study how the cosmos works by examining forces and particles that govern everything from the smallest atoms to the vast galaxies. However, some physicists find themselves contemplating deeper existential questions that arise from their work. When pondering the origins of the universe, the fine-tuning of physical constants, or the complexity of life, these scientists sometimes reflect on whether such intricacies hint at a higher intelligence. This view doesn't necessarily align with traditional ideas of God, but rather considers a broader, possibly guiding force or principle behind existence. The discussion can become quite philosophical. Some argue that the beauty and order seen in the universe may suggest a purposeful design, while others maintain that randomness and natural processes are sufficient explanations. Ultimately, the idea of God as a necessary existence remains a personal interpretation for many, blending scientific inquiry with philosophical and spiritual reflections. Each physicist may arrive at their own conclusions based on their experiences, beliefs, and understanding of the universe, highlighting the fascinating intersection of science and meaning. Major world religions offer a variety of perspectives on the question of God's creation, each with its own unique beliefs and teachings. In many traditions, creation is viewed as an act of divine will, where God or a supreme being brings the universe into existence. For instance, in Christianity, the book of Genesis describes how God created the world in a series of days, culminating in the creation of humans. This narrative emphasizes the idea that everything is created with purpose and intention. In Islam, the concept of creation is also deeply woven into the faith. The Quran teaches that God, known as Allah, created the heavens and the earth and everything within them. Muslims believe that God's creation is not only a historical act, but also a continuous process, with everything reflecting divine wisdom and signs of God's existence. The idea of stewardship over creation, where humans are caretakers of the earth, is also central. Hinduism presents a different view, incorporating the concept of cycles. The universe is believed to go through endless cycles of creation, preservation, and destruction, influenced by a pantheon of gods. Brahma is often recognized as the creator, while Vishnu preserves and Shiva ultimately destroys. This cyclical understanding highlights an eternal movement of creation rather than a singular event. Buddhism, while not emphasizing a creator god in the same way, explores the origins of existence through concepts like dependent origination. It teaches that all things arise in connection with one another and are in constant flux. Creation in this context is less about a divine act and more about the interdependent nature of existence itself. Judaism shares the creation story found in Genesis, affirming that God is the ultimate creator, whose words brought the world into being. Jewish teachings also focus on the relationship between God and humanity, emphasizing the importance of fulfilling divine commandments as part of the created order. While the details of these narratives differ, a common thread among them is the notion that creation serves a purpose and points towards a higher power. Each religion provides its own interpretation, reflecting diverse understandings of existence, purpose, and humanity's place within the universe. These beliefs shape cultures and guide the ethical perspectives of their followers, reinforcing the significance of creation in understanding the divine. In Christianity, the concept of an uncreated God holds profound theological significance. This idea suggests that God exists outside the bounds of time and space, meaning he was not brought into being and does not depend on anything else for his existence. This leads to a series of implications about his nature and relationship with creation. Firstly, if God is uncreated, it underscores his eternal nature. He has no beginning and will have no end. This eternity implies that God is unchanging, a steady foundation in an ever-shifting world. Believers find comfort in knowing that God's character and promises remain constant throughout history. Furthermore, the notion of an uncreated God highlights his sovereignty. Being uncreated means that God is the ultimate source of all things. Everything that exists derives from him, and thus he has authority over all creation. This idea can evoke a sense of awe and reverence as people recognize their own existence as a gift rather than a right, fostering humility and gratitude. Additionally, an uncreated God emphasizes the relational aspect between God and humanity. Though he is transcendent and above all creation, this God desires a personal relationship with individuals. This relationship is made evident through Christian teachings on divine love, grace, and redemption. The uncreated nature of God also reassures believers that his presence and influence are not limited to a specific time or place, but are accessible everywhere and at any time. Moreover, belief in an uncreated God poses significant questions about morality and meaning. If God is the ultimate cause of everything, then moral values and truths are rooted in his nature. This connection shapes the understanding of good and evil, guiding how believers are called to live. It shapes a worldview that is grounded in purpose and responsibility. The theological implications of an uncreated God in Christianity contribute to a rich understanding of who God is, how he interacts with creation, and what it means to be human in relation to the divine. This foundational belief influences worship, ethics, and the nature of faith, providing a lens through which the world is interpreted. Hinduism presents a varied understanding of the concept of a supreme creator. At its core, many followers believe in Brahman, the ultimate reality that transcends all forms and limitations. Brahman is not just a single deity, but the essence that permeates all existence, making up everything in the universe, and is described as infinite and eternal. Within this broader framework of Brahman, various deities are recognized, each representing different aspects of the divine. For example, Brahma is often seen as the creator of the universe, Vishnu as the preserver, and Shiva as the destroyer, illustrating a dynamic process of creation, preservation, and dissolution. This trio is part of a larger mythology that highlights how the universe and its elements interact. Furthermore, many Hindu texts emphasize the idea of God being both immanent and transcendent. This means that while Brahman is above and beyond the material world, it is also present within it. The belief that the divine exists in every individual is central, encapsulated in the idea of Atman, or the individual soul, which is ultimately seen as a part of the supreme. Additionally, Hinduism allows for a diverse range of beliefs and practices. Some may focus on a personal relationship with one particular deity, while others might engage in philosophical inquiry about the nature of the universe and existence. This inclusivity reflects how different communities and traditions find their understanding of the Supreme Creator through various lenses, enriching the tapestry of Hindu spirituality. Overall, the notion of a Supreme Creator in Hinduism is not rigid but fluid, accommodating different interpretations and personal experiences of the divine. In Islamic belief, the concept of God, known as Allah, is foundational and very distinct. Allah is considered to be the eternal creator of the universe, with no beginning and no end. This means that God is not bound by time or space, which are characteristics of the universe he created. From this perspective, Allah exists outside of time. Unlike everything else in creation, which has a starting point and will eventually reach an end, God has always been, is now, and will always be. This idea emphasizes the uniqueness of Allah as transcendent and absolute, highlighting that he is not subject to the same limitations as his creations. The Quran, the holy book of Islam, often refers to Allah as Al-Ahad, meaning the One, and As-Samad, which translates to the Eternal. These names suggest a God who is self-sufficient and independent. Muslims believe that Allah's existence is essential, unlike created things that rely on him for their existence. The relationship between God and the universe is also explored through the idea that all creation is contingent. This means that everything in existence depends on Allah for its being and sustenance. Thus, the universe had a beginning when Allah chose to create it, but God himself is outside that temporal framework. The Islamic view presents a God who is eternal, beyond the bounds of time, and the source of all existence, emphasizing his uniqueness and supremacy over the created world. In Jewish teachings, the question of God's origin is approached with a unique perspective. Traditional Jewish thought emphasizes that God is the ultimate source of all existence and therefore does not have an origin in the same way created beings do. In this view, God is eternal and exists outside of time and space. This means that God was not created and does not come from anything. The Torah, which is central to Jewish beliefs, begins with the affirmation of God as the creator of the universe. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. This statement establishes a fundamental idea that everything else in existence owes its being to God. The concept of God is often described as being self-existing, meaning that God needs nothing else to exist. Kabbalistic teachings often describe God using various attributes or emanations, known as sephirot, which express God's nature and relationship to the world. These teachings convey that God's essence is so profound and all-encompassing that trying to define or limit God within human terms is inherently difficult. Jewish teachings hold that God is eternal, without a beginning or an end, and is not subject to the same concepts of origin that apply to the created universe. This understanding invites believers to contemplate the nature of God as a fundamental part of their faith and spirituality. Buddhism offers a unique perspective on the cycle of creation and the concept of divine entities, which differs from many other religious traditions. Central to Buddhist thought is the idea of samsara, a cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. This cycle is not seen as a linear progression, but rather a continuous loop. Every being, whether human or celestial, is trapped in this ongoing cycle, experiencing the impact of their actions, or karma, which shapes each new existence. In Buddhism, creation is not attributed to a singular divine creator as in some religions. Instead, the universe is understood to evolve through natural laws and processes. It is viewed as constantly changing, influenced by the actions and intentions of all beings. This perspective emphasizes interconnectedness, suggesting that everything is in a state of flux, where even divine entities are not permanent or ultimate beings, but are part of this cycle. Divine entities, referred to as deities or celestial beings in Buddhism, inhabit higher realms within the samsaric cycle. Though they may appear more powerful or enlightened due to their favorable conditions, they are still part of the same cycle and are subject to birth and death like everyone else. This makes them not true gods in the traditional sense, as they can still suffer and eventually be reborn into lower realms if they do not achieve enlightenment. The ultimate goal in Buddhism is to break free from samsara and attain nirvana, a state beyond suffering and rebirth. This journey emphasizes personal growth, the cultivation of wisdom, and the practice of compassion. It invites individuals to move beyond the allure of divine entities and seek their own liberation through understanding the nature of reality. In this way, Buddhism presents a path that encourages inner transformation rather than reliance on external divine forces. Indigenous spirituality often presents a rich tapestry of beliefs regarding the origins of divine beings. Rather than a singular narrative, these traditions offer a multitude of stories that vary greatly across different cultures. Generally, many indigenous peoples see the divine not as separate from the world, but as deeply intertwined with nature and the universe. In many traditions, divine beings are seen as originating from the natural elements: earth, water, sky, and stars. For example, some cultures describe a great spirit or a creator who shaped the world and its inhabitants, often focusing on the relationships between humans, animals, and the natural environment. These beings are more than just figures to be worshipped. They embody the essence of life and represent the balance and harmony necessary for existence. Some narratives include the idea that these divine entities emerged from the cosmos, such as the stars or celestial events. The transition from the cosmic realm to the earthly plane is often portrayed as a gradual process that highlights a deep sense of connection between all forms of life. This perspective encourages a relationship with the divine that is one of respect and reciprocity, where humans are part of a larger ecosystem influenced by and influencing these divine forces. Ultimately, indigenous spirituality views divine beings as essential players in a continuous unfolding story, one that is deeply rooted in the experiences, traditions, and environments of the people. The origins of these beings are not just historical accounts, they are reflections of the values and interconnections that sustain community life and the natural world. Mystical experiences often act as profound moments of insight or connection that can deeply influence individuals' beliefs about God. People who have these experiences frequently describe them as feeling intense unity with the universe, love, or an overwhelming presence that they interpret as divine. During these encounters, traditional concepts of separation between themselves and the divine often fade. For many, These transcendent moments provide a glimpse into a reality that feels more profound and intricate than ordinary life. This can lead to a belief in a God that is not just a distant entity, but rather an intimate presence existing in all things. Such experiences can evoke a feeling of peace and a deep understanding of existence that transcends everyday comprehension. Furthermore, mysticism can also challenge existing religious frameworks. When individuals encounter something extraordinary that cannot be easily articulated within their theological beliefs, they may reshape their understanding of God. They might start to see God not just in terms of doctrine, but as an experience, emphasizing direct personal connection over traditional teachings. As a result, these mystical experiences can unify diverse spiritual views. Different cultures report similar sensations during spiritual ceremonies or moments of deep contemplation, leading to a broader acceptance of the idea that God or the divine manifests in numerous ways. This blending of beliefs highlights a universal quest for understanding the nature of reality and our place within it, fostering a sense of interconnectedness that challenges the barriers of individual faiths. Ultimately, mystical experiences can lead to an evolution of spiritual beliefs, inspiring individuals to explore deeper questions about the nature of God and their own existence while advocating for personal intuition as a pathway to the divine. Personal enlightenment can serve as a pivotal aspect in the quest to understand the existence of God. Imagine enlightenment as a light bulb turning on in a dark room. It allows individuals to see their thoughts, feelings, and experiences more clearly. This clarity can prompt deep reflection on the nature of life, existence, and the universe itself. When individuals seek enlightenment, they often pursue knowledge, wisdom, and personal growth. This journey encourages them to examine their beliefs and the world around them. Such self-discovery can lead to profound insights about one's place in the universe and the potential presence of a divine entity. The more aware and introspective someone becomes, the more they might find connections between their personal experiences and broader philosophical or spiritual concepts. Moreover, personal enlightenment often includes exploring varied spiritual practices, philosophical teachings, and different cultures' understandings of God. This exploration can foster a greater sense of empathy and interconnectedness with others. It encourages individuals to think critically about their beliefs and consider perspectives beyond their own. This openness might lead to the realization that the divine can manifest in many ways, greatly enriching one's understanding of existence. Personal enlightenment is not just a tool for self-understanding, but also a bridge that connects individuals to deeper questions about life and the possibility of a higher power. As people grow in wisdom and clarity, their encounters with the divine can become more meaningful, leading them to a more nuanced comprehension of God's existence. Mystics from various cultures have shared profoundly personal experiences with the divine, often using common themes that transcend time and place. At the heart of these descriptions is a sense of unity with everything around them. For many, this connection feels like merging with a vast cosmic consciousness. They report a feeling of deep peace, love, and understanding, frequently conveying that time and space seem to dissolve during these moments. In many cultures, mystics describe encounters with God as an overwhelming light or presence. They might not only see the light, but feel it enveloping them, bringing warmth and clarity. This experience often leads them to a realization of the interconnectedness of all life. They articulate a sense of knowing that goes beyond words, touching on profound truths about existence itself. Another recurring theme is the feeling of being guided or receiving wisdom. Mystics often report insights that seem to come from a source beyond themselves, providing clarity on life's meaning or personal struggles. This guidance is transformative, often prompting changes in attitude, behavior, or purpose. Additionally, the experience can be both joyous and challenging. Many mystics describe moments of deep joy, but they also confront inner fears or the darker aspects of their own nature, leading to personal growth and healing. In many traditions, this duality is crucial for achieving a deeper understanding of God and oneself. Despite the variations in how these experiences are expressed, whether through the lens of Christian prayer, Buddhist meditation, or indigenous rituals, the essence remains similar. Each mystic, in their unique cultural context, seeks that extraordinary connection with the divine, revealing a shared human quest for meaning and belonging that resonates across all cultures. Mystical accounts, despite varying cultural backgrounds and religious traditions, often share several common themes when describing the experience of God. One of the most prominent themes is the notion of a profound sense of unity. Mystics frequently describe an overwhelming feeling of being interconnected with the divine, where the boundaries between themselves and God dissolve. This experience can be so intense that it transcends regular perception, leading to the understanding that all existence is part of a singular, greater reality. Another recurring theme is the experience of ineffability, where individuals struggle to articulate the depth of their encounters with the divine. Mystics often speak of feelings so profound that language falters. They describe indescribable love, peace, or light that cannot be adequately captured in words. This idea emphasizes that true encounters with God go beyond intellectual understanding and delve into a deeper, more emotional realm. Mystical experiences are also characterized by transformative insights. Many mystics report significant changes in their outlook on life and their behavior following such encounters. This transformation often leads to increased compassion, a heightened sense of purpose, and a yearning to live in alignment with what they perceive as divine principles. This change is not limited to the individual, as many mystics feel compelled to share their insights, aiming to inspire or guide others on their spiritual journeys. Additionally, time seems altered during mystical experiences. Many individuals report that moments spent in the presence of the divine feel like both an eternity and a mere instant, providing a unique perception of reality beyond the usual constraints of time. This unusual experience further highlights how mystical accounts can challenge everyday understanding. Finally, the theme of love, particularly unconditional love, is central to many mystical accounts. Those who describe their encounters with God often speak of an all-encompassing sense of love that surpasses human comprehension. This love is depicted as a feeling that binds everything together and serves as the ultimate source of existence. Together, these themes reflect a similar quest among mystics across cultures for a deeper understanding of God and the universe, illuminating the common threads in the diverse tapestry of human spirituality. Mystical traditions often approach the concept of an eternal God in a unique way that emphasizes personal experience and a direct connection with the divine. These traditions suggest that God is not merely an abstract idea or a distant creator, but an ever-present force that can be felt and known by individuals. To reconcile the idea of an eternal God, mystics often focus on the notion that this divine presence transcends time and space. In their view, God exists outside of the limitations we experience in our daily lives, where time moves forward and everything has a beginning and an end. Mystical teachings propose that our understanding of reality is often shaped by our perceptions, which are confined by our earthly experiences. When individuals engage in practices such as meditation, prayer, or contemplation, they seek to transcend these limitations and access a deeper state of awareness. In this heightened state of awareness, mystics propose that people can encounter God in a way that feels timeless and profound. Such experiences often lead to a sense of unity, where individuals feel connected not just to God, but to all of creation. The eternal nature of God, therefore, becomes apparent as individuals recognize that their spirit and the divine are interwoven, existing beyond the constraints of time. By focusing on personal experience, mystical traditions create a framework where God's eternity is understood as an underlying, unchanging reality, while human experiences of divinity may shift and change. This dynamic relationship fosters a rich understanding of God that feels both intimate and expansive, aligning the seeker's spiritual journey with the concept of an eternal presence that is always accessible. Cognitive biases play a significant role in how individuals perceive the existence of God. At our core, we are influenced by mental shortcuts that our brains develop to make sense of the world around us. One prominent bias is the confirmation bias, which leads people to seek out information that aligns with their pre-existing beliefs. This means if someone believes in God, they are more likely to notice and remember experiences or evidence that supports that belief, while dismissing or forgetting contradictory information. Another important factor is the appeal to authority bias. People often trust sources of information that hold weight in their communities or societies, like religious leaders or texts. This can strengthen their belief in God's existence, especially if these authorities present persuasive arguments or experiences. Additionally, the availability heuristic influences how we judge the likelihood of events based on how easily we can recall examples. If someone frequently hears about miraculous stories or personal encounters that they or others attribute to God, they may perceive those events as more significant and likely. Cognitive dissonance also plays a part in shaping beliefs. When faced with evidence that challenges their faith, individuals may experience discomfort. To relieve this discomfort, they might reinterpret or dismiss the evidence instead of reconsidering their belief in God. Furthermore, the tendency to see patterns, often referred to as pareidolia, can lead individuals to interpret coincidences or random events as signs of a divine presence. When people experience personal hardships or successes, they might attribute these outcomes to God's influence, reinforcing their belief through a perceived connection. In sum, cognitive biases influence perceptions of God's existence by filtering how we gather, interpret, and remember information. These biases shape not only personal beliefs, but also broader societal attitudes towards spirituality and faith. The human brain's response to spiritual and divine experiences is a fascinating interplay of psychology and neuroscience. When someone encounters a deeply spiritual moment, such as feeling awe or connection during a meditation or a religious ceremony, specific areas of the brain become active. These are regions involved in emotions, memory, and self-awareness. Initially, the limbic system, which governs our emotional responses, plays a key role. It helps generate feelings of peace, joy, or transcendence. For instance, when individuals report feeling a profound connection to something greater than themselves, this emotional circuitry lights up, creating that intense sensation of spirituality. Additionally, the prefrontal cortex comes into play. This area is responsible for complex thinking, decision-making, and reflecting on experiences. During these spiritual moments, the brain's internal narrative may shift, leading individuals to question their existence, contemplate their purpose, or seek answers to life's big mysteries. The feeling of being connected often arises from this reflective process, where the brain contemplates one's place in the universe. Neuroscientific studies have shown that certain practices, such as prayer or meditation, can change brain activity over time. Regular engagement in these activities can lead to longer-lasting shifts in how the brain functions, enhancing overall well-being and fostering a greater sense of peace. It's important to recognize that all these processes intersect with personal beliefs and societal influences. Cultural backgrounds shape how individuals interpret these experiences, adding layers of meaning that the brain processes uniquely based on one's upbringing and experiences. Thus, while the biological underpinnings reveal how the brain reacts, the individual's spiritual journey is personal and deeply influenced by context. Childhood development plays a crucial role in shaping individuals' beliefs about God. During the early years, children are like sponges, soaking up information from their environment. Family, culture, and community significantly influence their understanding of spirituality and religion. For many, beliefs in a higher power are introduced at home, often through religious traditions, stories, and rituals. This early exposure can lay the groundwork for how children view the concept of God. As children grow, they begin to form their own identities and worldview. Cognitive development during this period means they start to ask questions, seek explanations, and think more critically about the information they've received. Children might be curious about the nature of God, morality, and the universe, leading to a blend of inherited beliefs and personal exploration. They often experience a critical phase around the age when reasoning improves, which can result in either a strong faith or a questioning attitude towards religious teachings. Social interactions also play a significant role. Friends, teachers, and community members contribute to how children see spirituality. Peer influence can either reinforce or challenge their early teachings. Additionally, exposure to diverse belief systems helps broaden their understanding of different perspectives on God, often encouraging them to develop a more nuanced view. Ultimately, by the time they reach adolescence, their foundational beliefs about God, shaped by family, culture, personal exploration, and social interactions, become an integral part of their identity. This ongoing development suggests that beliefs are not just inherited, but are also actively formed and modified as individuals encounter new experiences and insights throughout life. Sociocultural factors play a significant role in shaping the belief in a created deity. These factors include the traditions, values, and norms of a society, as well as the historical context in which a culture develops. For instance, in societies with strong historical ties to religious texts and figures, beliefs about deities may incorporate specific narratives and teachings that resonate with the people's experiences and understanding of the world. In many cultures, family and community influence play pivotal roles in belief systems. Children often grow up in environments where religious beliefs are demonstrated through rituals, celebrations, and everyday practices. When these teachings are reinforced by family and peers, individuals are more likely to adopt similar beliefs about a created deity, viewing them as an integral part of their identity and community. Moreover, socioeconomic factors can also affect beliefs. In societies facing uncertainty or hardship, a belief in a higher power may provide comfort and hope. Conversely, in more affluent or progressive societies, some individuals may lean towards secularism or alternative philosophies that challenge traditional views of deities. Additionally, global connectivity and cultural exchanges significantly impact belief. As people encounter diverse beliefs and practices through media, travel, or migration, they may reassess their own perspectives on deities. This can lead to a blending of faiths or the emergence of new belief systems that reflect a wider array of influences. Overall, the belief in a created deity is not just a personal conviction. It is greatly influenced by the socio-cultural backdrop in which individuals or groups exist. These layers of cultural heritage create a complex tapestry that informs how people perceive divine creation, shaping both individual beliefs and broader religious movements. Belief in a divine creator fulfills several important psychological needs for many individuals. First, it often provides a sense of purpose. When people believe that a higher power has a plan for them, it creates a framework through which they can understand their place in the world and the reasons behind the challenges they face. This sense of meaning can be comforting, especially during difficult times. Another significant need is the quest for belonging. Religious communities often foster strong social connections among their members. Being part of a group with shared beliefs can create a sense of acceptance and support. The bond formed through collective worship and shared values offers emotional security and helps individuals feel less isolated. Additionally, belief in a divine creator can relieve anxiety related to the unknown. Humans tend to fear uncertainty, especially concerning life after death or the nature of existence. A belief in a higher power often brings reassurance that there is an order to the universe and that life continues in some form beyond our earthly existence. Furthermore, it can promote moral guidance. Believers often turn to their faith for a code of conduct, helping them navigate ethical dilemmas. Knowing that a higher power defines right and wrong provides direction and can reinforce social norms. Lastly, faith can also foster resilience. When individuals face adversity, the belief in a caring creator can provide hope and strength. This emotional support helps people persevere through hardship, knowing they are not alone and that there is always the possibility of divine assistance. The belief in a divine creator addresses fundamental human needs for meaning, connection, security, guidance, and resilience, shaping how people experience their lives and the world around them. Different religions offer a rich tapestry of beliefs about the attributes of God, reflecting a variety of perspectives shaped by cultural and historical contexts. In monotheistic traditions, such as Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, God is often described as all-powerful, all-knowing, and ever-present. This means that believers see God as a supreme being who is capable of doing anything, aware of everything that happens, and present everywhere all at once. In Christianity, God is also presented as loving and merciful, with an emphasis on forgiveness and grace toward humanity. This is often illustrated through the stories of sacrifice and redemption found in sacred texts. Islam shares similar views, describing God or Allah as the compassionate and merciful, emphasizing that these qualities guide interactions with others. The attributes of justice and wisdom are also important in Islam, highlighting a balance between love and accountability. Hinduism introduces a more complex vision of divinity, recognizing multiple deities that embody various attributes. Brahman, the ultimate reality, is seen as both immanent and transcendent, encompassing everything from the expansive universe to the smallest atom. Deities like Vishnu represent qualities such as preservation and goodness, while Shiva embodies destruction and transformation, illustrating the dynamic nature of the universe. Buddhism takes a different approach, often focusing on the concept of enlightenment rather than a personal god. Instead of attributes of a deity, it emphasizes qualities to cultivate, such as compassion and wisdom. This path aims to transcend suffering and achieve a state of ultimate understanding and peace. Indigenous and folk religions often center on nature and ancestral spirits. Here, attributes of the divine may come through the reverence for the earth, the sun, or animal spirits, emphasizing a connection between the natural world and the sacred. Through these diverse examples, it becomes clear that while there are differing views on the nature of God, a common thread often relates to the themes of love, justice, wisdom, and an overarching connection to the universe. Each religion shapes its understanding based on its unique history, culture, and spiritual experiences, creating a fascinating mosaic of beliefs about the divine. Anthropomorphic depictions of God, where divine qualities are assigned human traits or forms, play a crucial role in shaping people's beliefs and understanding of the divine. When individuals imagine God with human characteristics, such as emotions, intentions, or physical form, it makes the concept of God more relatable and accessible. This can help believers to feel a personal connection as they envision a being who can understand human experiences, joys, and struggles. These representations often reflect cultural values and norms, influencing how people interact with their faith. For instance, seeing God as a loving father may evoke feelings of safety and support, encouraging followers to approach prayer and worship with confidence. Conversely, an image of God as a stern judge might instill a sense of accountability and fear, affecting moral behavior and practices of devotion. Moreover, human-like representations can aid in storytelling and teaching. Narratives that include anthropomorphic qualities make spiritual lessons more tangible, helping to convey complex ideas about morality, justice, and compassion. This storytelling aspect fosters community bonds as individuals share personal experiences related to these images, reinforcing collective beliefs and identities. However, anthropomorphic depictions can also lead to limitations in understanding the divine. When God is strictly viewed through a human lens, it might restrict the perceived scope of divinity, leading to misunderstandings about God's nature or characteristics. Some thinkers argue that God is beyond human comprehension, and that these images may inadvertently simplify profound spiritual truths. In many religious traditions, the debate continues about the appropriateness of anthropomorphic representations. This ongoing conversation reflects the diverse ways humans seek to understand the divine, balancing personal connection with the complexity of spiritual beliefs. Overall, such depictions significantly influence how individuals and communities conceptualize, relate to, and practice their faith. The concepts of omnipotence and omniscience speak to the nature of God in various religious traditions. Omnipotence refers to the idea that God has unlimited power, able to do anything that is logically possible. Omniscience, on the other hand, means having complete and perfect knowledge of everything, including the past, present, and future. These ideas relate to God's origin in big ways. Many belief systems posit that God is uncreated and eternal, existing outside of time and space. If God is truly omnipotent, then the existence of God does not depend on anything else. God is the source of all creation and comes before all else. This idea suggests that God has always existed and has not been created by another being or force. Similarly, relating omniscience to God's origin raises interesting thoughts about knowledge. If God knows everything, including the act of creation, then understanding God's existence does not align with a traditional beginning or origin. Instead, God's knowledge might encompass all possible realities, further emphasizing that God is beyond the constraints of time and causation, existing in a state of eternal presence. Through the lens of omnipotence and omniscience, we can see God not only as a powerful creator, but also as a timeless entity whose existence transcends our understanding of beginnings and endings. This creates a complex picture of the divine, shaping how different cultures and religions perceive the origin and nature of God, presenting God not as a product of creation, but as the very essence from which everything else derives. The Trinity holds a unique significance in understanding the nature of God, especially within Christianity. It describes God as one being existing in three distinct persons: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Each of these persons is fully God, yet they are not separate gods, rather they exist in a perfect unity. This concept emphasizes the complexity and depth of God's nature, suggesting that God is relational at his core. For believers, the Trinity illustrates that God is not just a distant creator or an abstract force, but an active, engaging presence in the world. The Father is often seen as the creator and sustainer. The Son embodies God's love through his life, teachings, and sacrifice, while the Holy Spirit represents God's ongoing presence and work in believers' lives today. This multiplicity within unity allows for a rich understanding of how God relates to humanity. Moreover, the Trinity fosters a deep connection among believers, encouraging a communal relationship akin to that within the Godhead itself. As the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit live in perfect harmony, followers are invited to experience unity and diversity, reflecting this divine relationship in their own lives. Thus, the Trinity is not just an abstract theological concept. It serves as a foundation for how believers understand their relationship with God, each other, and the world around them. The understanding of God varies widely among different cultures and religions, especially when comparing beliefs in a singular versus multiple manifestations of divine existence. In the concept of a singular God, often referred to as monotheism, God is seen as the ultimate, unchangeable being who encompasses everything. This belief promotes the idea of a single source of creation, guiding and governing the universe with a definitive plan. It provides a sense of unity and centrality to the understanding of existence, suggesting that everything is part of a larger, cohesive whole under one divine authority. On the other hand, the idea of multiple manifestations of God exists in polytheistic belief systems. In this view, there are many gods, each with distinct identities, responsibilities, and powers. These deities may govern different aspects of life, the natural world, or human experience. This multiplicity allows for a more varied expression of divinity, reflecting different cultures, traditions, and personal experiences. It acknowledges that the divine can manifest in various forms to relate to people's lives in diverse and meaningful ways. Additionally, some belief systems incorporate both views, such as those found in certain strands of Hinduism. Here, one ultimate reality may be expressed through numerous gods and goddesses, each representing different dimensions of that singular source. This combination permits a marvelous tapestry of spiritual practices, rituals, and philosophies that enrich the experience of the divine. Ultimately, whether through the lens of singularity or multiplicity, these concepts influence how individuals connect with the divine, shaping their worldviews and guiding their moral frameworks. They invite deep reflection on the nature of existence, the universe, and the ways people seek meaning beyond the material realm. Interfaith dialogues serve as platforms for individuals from diverse religious backgrounds to discuss their beliefs and experiences regarding God and creation. Each faith often has its unique perspective on how the universe and humanity came into being, shaped by cultural narratives, texts, and traditions. During these dialogues, participants share their origin stories, revealing both common themes and fundamental differences. For instance, while some religions may describe a singular creator who fashioned the world from nothing, others might explore the concept of creation as an ongoing process or a collective effort among divine beings. By sharing these different beliefs, participants can identify similarities, such as the idea that life is sacred or that there is a divine guiding force. This fosters mutual respect and understanding, even in the face of contrasting views. Furthermore, interfaith discussions often emphasize the importance of personal experiences and individual relationships with the divine, allowing participants to appreciate that faith can manifest through various narratives and practices. Rather than focusing solely on differences, these dialogues encourage a spirit of cooperation and learning, promoting the idea that while people may interpret God's origin differently, the search for meaning and connection is a shared journey. By engaging in open conversations about these topics, individuals develop a richer appreciation for their own beliefs and those of others, paving the way for deeper relationships between different faith communities. Through understanding and dialogue, they can work together to address shared challenges in society and promote peace and harmony. The syncretism of different religious beliefs about God reveals a rich tapestry of human thought and experience. When various faiths blend together, it highlights the universal questions that people have about existence, morality, and the divine. Each culture brings its unique perspectives and practices, often seeking to answer similar queries about the nature of God and the purpose of life. Through this blending, we can observe common themes that emerge, such as the importance of love, compassion, and justice. For instance, many religions stress the significance of treating others with kindness. This shared value indicates a connection among diverse faiths, suggesting that, at the core, humanity strives for similar ideals regardless of cultural differences. Studying these interactions allows us to appreciate how individuals can find meaning and purpose in varied ways. It offers insight into the adaptability of belief systems, showing how they evolve in response to changing social or political landscapes. In places where religions merge, there is often a dialogue that fosters understanding and tolerance. This can lead to a more peaceful coexistence among different groups, as they discover overlaps in their beliefs rather than focusing solely on differences. Furthermore, syncretism can serve as a tool for personal growth. Individuals who explore various religious traditions might come to a more profound understanding of their own beliefs. By encountering another's perspective, one may reassess their own views, embrace new ideas, and deepen their spiritual journey. Ultimately, the syncretism of religious beliefs about God teaches us about resilience, adaptability, and the fundamental human desire to connect with something greater than ourselves. It encourages an openness to learning from others, which can promote not just individual enlightenment, but also collective harmony among diverse communities. Comparative religion studies delve into the beliefs, practices, and sacred texts of various faiths around the world. By examining these different traditions side by side, researchers uncover common themes and shared divine concepts that resonate across cultures. Imagine a tapestry woven from threads of various colors, each representing different religious narratives. What stands out are the recurring motifs, ideas of creation, concepts of the afterlife, and the nature of the divine, all of which reflect humanity's quest for understanding. These studies help illuminate how different religions articulate their views of the divine. For instance, many faiths may depict a supreme being or a higher power, often associated with qualities like love, justice, and compassion. By analyzing these attributes, we see how different societies construct their notions of divinity to address similar human experiences, such as the desire for purpose, a sense of morality, and connection to something greater. Moreover, comparative religion studies highlight the historical and cultural contexts that shape these expressions. Despite the unique narratives, certain symbols, rituals, and ethical teachings emerge in multiple belief systems, suggesting a universal pursuit of truth and understanding. This exploration encourages dialogue among different faiths, fostering mutual respect and enlightening individuals about their own beliefs by providing perspective on the beliefs of others. Comparative religion studies serve as a bridge. They allow us to explore the rich diversity of divine concepts while recognizing that, at their core, many religions seek to answer the same fundamental questions about existence, morality, and the universe. This shared quest for understanding can unite people beyond their individual faiths, promoting a broader and more inclusive approach to spirituality. Throughout history, interreligious conflicts have significantly influenced perceptions of God's existence and nature. These encounters often arose from deep-seated beliefs that communities held regarding divinity, morality, and the purpose of life. When one group encounters another with differing beliefs, it can lead to rivalries that challenge the foundations of their faith. In many cases, conflicts serve to intensify beliefs about God. For instance, participants may view the struggle not only as a political or territorial dispute, but also as a divine test or intervention. This often results in a reinforcement of their own faith and a more rigid stance against opposing views. In times of warfare, divine sanction is frequently sought, leading to the belief that God is on one's side, solidifying the notion of a protective deity in contrast to a perceived adversary. Contrastingly, such conflicts have also led some individuals to question the existence of a benevolent God. When faced with suffering and devastation, particularly those caused by religious disputes, Many grapple with the concept of an all-powerful and loving deity. These experiences can prompt deeper reflections about the nature of God, sometimes resulting in a more agnostic or atheistic outlook. Moreover, philosophies emerging from interreligious strife often encourage dialogue and mutual understanding, highlighting a shared human experience regardless of differing beliefs. These interactions can give birth to new theological interpretations, fostering concepts of a universal God or a more abstract understanding of divinity that transcends specific religious doctrines. Thus, the interplay of historical interreligious conflicts shapes both affirmations and rejections of God's existence, illustrating how deeply intertwined faith is with humanity's experiences of conflict, questioning, and reconciliation. Ancient texts have profoundly shaped how people today understand the concept of God. These writings, whether they come from religious scriptures, mythologies, or philosophical works, have served as vital connections between the past and present beliefs. For many communities, these texts are not just historical artifacts. They encapsulate the beliefs, values, and morality of their societies long ago. For instance, the stories and teachings found in texts like the Bible, the Quran, or the Bhagavad Gita offer diverse representations of the divine. They describe God in ways that emphasize different characteristics, sometimes portraying a loving and compassionate figure, while other times presenting a more distant or commanding presence. These varying portrayals allow for a rich tapestry of interpretations that influence contemporary worship practices and personal spiritual experiences. Moreover, ancient texts often explore fundamental questions about existence. They address why humans are here, what is our purpose, and how a divine being relates to the world. These discussions continue to inspire theological debate and reflection today. Scholars and believers draw upon these ancient understandings to interpret modern experiences of faith, even as societal contexts evolve. The myths and stories within these texts have also shaped cultural narratives, influencing art, literature, and ethics. By integrating messages from ancient writings, modern societies construct their moral frameworks and legal systems. The reflections and values articulated in these texts retain relevance, helping people navigate contemporary challenges with insights that have stood the test of time. As generations interpret these teachings anew, they find personal meaning and communal identity rooted in ancient wisdom. Thus, while the contexts of these texts may differ vastly from today, their lasting impact continues to mold the collective understanding of God in powerful ways. Archaeological findings provide a fascinating glimpse into the early beliefs about God and spirituality in various ancient cultures. One significant example is the discovery of ancient shrines and altars, which indicate that people engaged in worship practices. These structures often contained remnants of offerings such as food or pottery, suggesting a relationship between humans and the divine that involved giving gifts to seek favor or protection. Another striking set of findings comes from ancient burial sites. In many cultures, elaborate tombs have been uncovered, complete with grave goods and symbols that reflect beliefs about the afterlife. These rituals hint at a structured view of existence beyond life, indicating that early societies envisioned a higher power that governed life and death. Moreover, ancient texts, such as inscriptions and tablets, have been discovered that detail prayers, hymns, or laws attributed to divine sources. These texts not only reveal the attributes and characteristics assigned to deities, but also show how religion was intertwined with governance and daily life, emphasizing the significant role that godly figures played in society. Artistic representations also tell us much about early beliefs. Statues, carvings, and paintings often depict gods or spiritual beings, showcasing how people visualized the divine. In some cases, these figures symbolize forces of nature or human traits, reflecting the culture's understanding of their world and their place within it. Together, these archaeological findings highlight that the early beliefs about God were diverse and complex. They reveal a common thread among ancient societies, a yearning to comprehend the mysteries of existence, often personified through powerful deities that influenced their lives and environments. Language and translation are crucial in exploring the concept of God's origin, as they influence how religious texts and beliefs are communicated and understood. Different cultures and faiths have their own languages, each carrying unique thoughts and expressions. When these texts are translated, doubts about accuracy can arise. Simplifying or reinterpreting terms can change meanings significantly, sometimes leading to contrasting beliefs about the divine. Many ancient scriptures recount creation stories, and they vary widely from one tradition to another. For instance, a word in one language may encompass multiple ideas or notions that don't directly translate into another language. This complexity is significant when discussing God's attributes or origins, as it shapes the interpretation of what God signifies to different communities. Furthermore, the nuances in translation can affect doctrines and ideologies. One community might understand God as a singular entity, while another perceives a representation of God through multiple forms. These differences stem from how language structures thought, guiding followers' understandings of divine nature and origin. In scholarly studies, languages help decipher the historical context of religious beliefs. By analyzing etymology, or the origins of words, researchers can gain insights into how certain attributes of God were initially perceived. Thus, language and translation not only bridge gaps between cultures, but also impact the ongoing dialogue about the divine's nature and origin across generations. Ancient mythologies have profoundly shaped today's understanding of God and the divine. These early stories and beliefs provided frameworks to make sense of the world and existence. For instance, many cultures created deities who govern natural elements like the sun, moon, and storms. This allowed people to ascribe human-like qualities to the forces around them, giving a face to the mysteries of nature. As civilizations evolved, these mythical narratives began to reflect deeper philosophical ideas. In some traditions, gods were seen as moral guides, embodying virtues such as justice, love, and wisdom. This moral dimension laid the groundwork for later theological concepts, nudging societies toward the belief that the divine is connected to ethics and human behavior. Moreover, ancient myths often explored themes of creation and the origin of life, influencing religious texts written later. Concepts of a singular, all-powerful deity were foreshadowed in some mythologies, where gods would unite to create or transform the universe. These narratives paved the way for monotheism, where the idea of one god became central to various faiths. The tales of the ancient gods served as more than just stories. They were the bedrock upon which many spiritual beliefs were built, offering insights into humanity's quest for meaning. This blend of myth, ethics, and the quest for understanding the universe continues to resonate today, illustrating how ancient narratives have propelled the evolution of theological thought through the ages. Consequently, these mythologies remain crucial as we explore contemporary concepts of God, spirituality, and morality. The study of Egyptian theology offers a fascinating glimpse into the ancient understanding of creation and the divine. In ancient Egypt, the concept of a creator deity was central to their religious beliefs. One of the most significant figures associated with creation is Atum, who is often depicted as both the creator god and a representation of the setting sun. Egyptians believed that Atum emerged from the chaotic waters of Nu, symbolizing the beginning of order from chaos. This imagery illustrates how their creation story emphasizes the transition from nothingness to the structured world. Moreover, the Egyptians saw creation as a divine act embedded within a broader cosmic order. Various myths describe how Atum created other gods and goddesses from himself, which in turn helped shape the world and its inhabitants. This notion of emanation, where the creator generates other deities who play distinct roles in maintaining the universe, is crucial. Each deity had specific responsibilities, from overseeing the natural elements to guiding the afterlife, thus reinforcing an intricate connection between the divine and the daily lives of the Egyptians. The Egyptian understanding of the creator is not confined to a single deity. Different regions and periods in Egypt saw varied interpretations. For example, the city of Heliopolis revered another creator god, Ptah, who embodied the principles of craftsmanship and creativity. This shows how the concept of creation was not only foundational, but also adaptable, reflecting local beliefs and practices. The study of Egyptian theology enriches our understanding of creator deities by revealing how ancient Egyptians viewed the interplay between chaos and order, the role of divine beings in creation, and the importance of various gods in shaping their worldview. These insights have left a profound legacy in the broader discourse on creation myths across cultures. The question of God's origin plays a significant role in shaping moral and ethical frameworks, as it influences how individuals think about right and wrong. When people consider God as a timeless and uncaused being, they often believe that moral truths are grounded in this divine nature. In this view, what is considered right or wrong is determined by God's will, making moral standards absolute and unchanging because they stem from an eternal source. On the other hand, if one thinks of God as a product of certain historical or cultural processes, it could suggest that morals are more subjective and varying according to human experiences and societal norms. In this context, morality might be seen as evolving, shaped by new understandings and contexts, rather than being fixed by divine decree. This can lead to a more flexible ethical framework, where individuals assess what is right based on the impact of actions on themselves and others, rather than adhering to absolute guidelines. Ultimately, how one perceives God's origin can either encourage a sense of unshakable moral duty or promote a more adaptable approach to ethics that embraces change and diversity in human beliefs. This perspective influences how communities develop laws, social norms, and ideals that guide behavior, reflecting a deep relationship between theological beliefs and ethical standards. Existential dread often emerges in moments when people confront the mysteries of life and the universe. It reflects a deep-seated anxiety about our existence, purpose, and the inevitable reality of death. This unsettling feeling can drive individuals to seek answers beyond the physical world. As they grapple with these profound questions, many explore spiritual beliefs or concepts of a higher power, hoping to find meaning in a seemingly chaotic universe. In this quest for divine answers, existential dread acts as a catalyst. It pushes people to look beyond everyday experiences and engage with philosophical and spiritual ideas. For some, the fear of the unknown becomes a powerful motivator to connect with something greater than themselves. They may turn to religion, philosophy, or personal contemplations, searching for explanations that soothe their fears and provide a sense of purpose. Additionally, existential dread often leads to discussions about morality and the significance of human actions. As individuals ponder their existence, they may contemplate what it means to live a good life or to leave a lasting impact. These reflections can deepen their desire for divine insight as they seek guidance in navigating ethical dilemmas and personal choices. Ultimately, existential dread serves as a reminder of our limitations and uncertainties. Instead of leading to despair, it can open pathways to exploration and understanding, fueling the desire for answers that resonate with the core of our being. This search for divine meaning can transform fear into a journey of discovery, helping individuals forge connections with their spirituality and the cosmos. Existential questions about purpose often arise from our deep desire to understand our place in the universe. These questions seek answers about why we are here and what it all means. Beliefs in God or a higher power often emerge as a way to provide those answers. For many, the idea of God offers a framework for understanding existence, suggesting that life has meaning because it is created or guided by a divine being. When people consider their purpose, they might reflect on their personal experiences, the challenges they face, and their relationships with others. A belief in God can provide comfort and a sense of belonging, as it implies that one is part of a larger, meaningful story. This perspective can alleviate feelings of isolation that often accompany existential contemplation. Conversely, some individuals may find themselves questioning traditional beliefs about God when grappling with their sense of purpose. They might explore philosophies that suggest meaning can be created through personal choices, experiences, and connections with the world around them, rather than being dictated by a divine plan. This search can lead to diverse interpretations, where people construct their meanings based on personal values, ethics, and insights gained through life. Existential inquiries about purpose are intertwined with ideas about God. They prompt a dialogue between seeking an external source of meaning and addressing personal responsibility in creating one's own sense of purpose. This interplay shapes not only individual beliefs, but also broader cultural narratives about existence and the human experience. Throughout history, diverse cultures have navigated the complex relationship between moral laws and divine beliefs in various ways. At the heart of this reconciliation is the understanding that moral values often stem from a community's spiritual beliefs. In many societies, moral laws are believed to be influenced by divine commands, rules handed down from a higher power. This connection gives individuals and communities a moral framework that extends beyond human laws and establishes a sense of accountability to something greater. In ancient civilizations, such as those in Mesopotamia, moral codes often took the form of written laws that were said to be inspired by the gods. For instance, the Code of Hammurabi was viewed not just as a legal document, but as a reflection of divine will, guiding people on how to live harmoniously in society. Similarly, in ancient Egypt, concepts of Ma'at defined truth, balance, and order, and were directly correlated with their divine beliefs, suggesting that maintaining moral integrity was essential for pleasing their gods. In more modern contexts, religions like Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism have established extensive ethical guidelines that align closely with their spiritual teachings. In Christianity, the Ten Commandments serve as moral imperatives believed to originate from God, guiding behavior toward others and oneself. Likewise, in Islam, the teachings of the Quran and the Hadith provide a moral framework that promotes justice, charity, and compassion, presenting a divine basis for human conduct. Moreover, cultures often adapt their moral understandings to fit changing societal values while still honoring divine beliefs. For example, many indigenous cultures emphasize a deep connection to nature and community vitality, seeing their moral obligations intertwined with spiritual respect for the earth and its creatures. This relationship fosters a moral code that encourages stewardship over exploitation, demonstrating how divine beliefs can inform practical ethical standards. However, the reconciliation of moral law and divine beliefs is not always straightforward. Different interpretations of sacred texts can lead to varying moral standards within the same faith, highlighting the ongoing dialogue within cultures about the meaning of divine instructions. Throughout history, this dialogue has sparked reinterpretations that reflect evolving social norms, such as the growing acceptance of human rights and individual freedoms in many religious contexts, showcasing a continual effort to harmonize ancient beliefs with contemporary ethics. The interplay between moral laws and divine beliefs is a rich tapestry woven from the threads of historical context, spiritual understanding, and community needs. Each culture navigates this relationship uniquely, striving to find a balance that respects both the divine and the moral imperatives of human life. Technology is changing how we understand the world and our place in it, which in turn affects our beliefs about God. With access to vast amounts of information through the internet, people can explore many different perspectives on faith and spirituality. This easy access to diverse ideas allows individuals to question traditional beliefs, and for some to seek a more personal understanding of God. Additionally, advancements in science and technology challenge traditional narratives. For example, the discoveries around the origins of the universe and the processes of evolution lead some to reconcile their beliefs with scientific explanations, while others may feel their faith is threatened. This interplay between science and spirituality reveals the complexity of modern faith in a technologically advanced world. Social media has also played a significant role. It connects individuals across the globe, allowing for dialogue about beliefs and experiences in ways that were previously impossible. Online communities can foster exploration, where people share their journeys, struggles, and insights about faith, creating a shared space for discussion and reflection. Moreover, the rise of artificial intelligence and virtual reality is causing new discussions about the nature of consciousness and existence. As we create machines that can mimic human behavior or even express emotions, it raises profound questions about what it means to be human and whether there is a divine spark within us or if we are simply complex biological machines. Overall, technology serves both as a tool for inquiry and as a lens through which people perceive faith. It can reinforce beliefs, challenge traditional views, or help carve out new spiritual paths. In this dynamic landscape, individuals are navigating their spiritual journeys in ways that reflect the influence of technology on their personal beliefs about God. Transhumanism is a movement that embraces the idea of enhancing the human condition through advanced technology, including genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and various forms of body augmentation. In discussions about a divine creator, transhumanism introduces complex questions regarding the nature of humanity and our relationship with a higher power. When people consider the potential of evolving beyond our current biological state, they may ponder whether this advancement undermines or elevates the concept of a divine creator. For some, transhumanism suggests that we are taking our evolution into our own hands, making choices that could be seen as usurping a divine role. The manipulation of our own biology leads to debates on whether humans are acting as creators themselves, reshaping what it means to be human. Conversely, others argue that transhumanism could be viewed as fulfilling a divine purpose. They may claim that our quest for improvement and understanding reflects a deep yearning placed within us by a creator, pushing us towards greater capabilities and insights. This perspective emphasizes a collaborative relationship between humanity and a higher power, where technology is seen as a tool that allows us to explore and embody the intentions of divine creation. As these discussions progress, they invite profound reflections on ethics, morality, and the future trajectory of humanity. The pursuit of becoming more than what we are raises essential questions. What do we consider the essence of being human? Is it solely tied to our physical form, or does it extend into our consciousness and our capabilities? These considerations weave through the fabric of transhumanism and its intersections with spirituality and divine creation, revealing how technology and belief can shape our understanding of existence itself. Artificial intelligence has the potential to reshape humanity's understanding of God in several profound ways. At its core, AI can process vast amounts of information and identify patterns that are often hidden from human perception. This capability could lead to new interpretations of religious texts and beliefs, as AI might uncover connections and insights that deepen our understanding of spiritual concepts. Imagine AI systems analyzing ancient scriptures across various cultures, drawing parallels and insights that could foster greater interfaith dialogue. By highlighting similarities rather than differences, AI could nurture a more unified view of spirituality, encouraging people to see shared values rather than divisive beliefs. Additionally, AI's ability to simulate human cognition opens up discussions about the nature of consciousness and what it means to be alive. As we develop machines that can learn, reason, and perhaps even experience emotions to an extent, questions may arise regarding the relationship between humanity, intelligence, and divinity. Is consciousness a trait uniquely belonging to humans, or could it also be present in advanced AI? This could prompt deeper reflections on the divine nature of intelligence itself, whether in humans or machines. Moreover, the rise of AI could influence how people perceive the role of technology in their spiritual lives. As automated systems take on tasks traditionally associated with faith, like providing support, guiding meditation, or interpreting spiritual guidance, individuals may engage with their spirituality in novel ways. This might lead to a broader understanding that spirituality can coexist with technological advancement, which could either challenge or affirm existing theological views. However, these advancements come with complex ethical and philosophical dilemmas. As our creations begin to resemble elements of the divine, it asks us to reconsider what it means to have faith, free will, and moral responsibility. Humanity's understanding of God might become more fluid, embracing a dynamic dialogue between faith and the evolving capabilities of artificial intelligence, leading to an era where spirituality and technology are inextricably linked. As advanced science continues to reshape our understanding of the universe, it also prompts deep questions about faith and spirituality. One major implication is the challenge to traditional beliefs. For instance, discoveries about the cosmos, such as the vastness of space or the intricate processes of evolution, may lead people to reconsider ancient narratives about creation. This might encourage a dialogue between science and theology, where both fields seek to understand humanity's place in the universe. Another potential outcome is the development of new forms of spirituality. As scientific knowledge expands, individuals might find that their understanding of the divine evolves. Some may see a connection between scientific principles and spiritual beliefs, leading to a more integrated worldview. The awe inspired by the complexity of the universe can ignite a sense of wonder that feels deeply spiritual, even if it doesn't fit within the confines of traditional religious frameworks. Moreover, advances in technology and neuroscience have raised questions about consciousness and the essence of being human. If science can explain elements of human experience traditionally attributed to a soul or spirit, this could alter how people perceive identity and morality. The implications for ethics, such as those surrounding artificial intelligence or genetic engineering, may compel theologians to rethink what it means to be human. In addition, as we explore the possibility of life beyond Earth, theology may face significant challenges. The existence of extraterrestrial life could fundamentally change religious narratives about humanity's uniqueness and relationship with the divine. If we encounter beings from other worlds, religious frameworks will need to adapt and expand to include these new realities. Ultimately, the intersection of advanced science and future theology presents an opportunity for growth and exploration. It invites not just conflict, but collaboration, where both realms can coexist, challenge each other, and inspire deeper understanding of life's most profound questions. The question of who created God has intrigued thinkers, writers, and philosophers throughout history, leading to rich exploration in literature. Many works tackle the concept of a creator, diving deep into the implications of a deity's existence. Imagine a story that grapples with the origins of God from the perspective of humanity's quest for answers. In various cultures, authors have embarked on examining the idea that if everything needs a creator, then surely God must have one too. This leads to a fascinating paradox. Literature often presents characters who wrestle with faith and doubt, questioning whether God is a product of imagination or a being of eternal presence. Some writers suggest that God might symbolize the ultimate force of the universe, existing beyond human understanding and therefore not needing a creator. In metaphysical poetry and philosophical essays, a theme emerges: God as an uncaused cause, the idea that God is necessary for the existence of everything else. Through narratives, poets have illustrated this argument, weaving together complex ideas in accessible ways. Fiction, too, has often imagined scenarios where God faces challenges or is seen through the eyes of flawed characters, revealing human struggles with faith, absence, or the search for meaning. Stories may also depict the relationship between humanity and the divine, raising the question of whether our limited perception can truly grasp the essence of a creator. Characters might encounter divine revelations, suggesting that understanding God's origins may be less significant than understanding the influence and meaning of that presence in their lives. Overall, literature serves as a mirror reflecting our deepest existential inquiries about creation, existence, and the divine, drawing readers into a journey that transcends simple answers and embraces the complexity of belief and doubt. Art serves as a powerful medium through which human beings explore and express their understanding of a divine creator. Throughout history, various forms of art, ranging from painting and sculpture to music and literature, have been used to convey the emotions, beliefs, and experiences associated with spirituality and the divine. When artists create imagery of a divine figure or depict sacred narratives, they provide visual representations that can inspire wonder, reverence, and contemplation. These depictions allow individuals to connect with the concept of a creator in a more tangible way, often evoking feelings that words alone might struggle to express. For instance, vibrant colors and intricate details in a painting can reflect the beauty and complexity of the universe, suggesting that the creator is intricately involved in every aspect of existence. In addition, art can challenge or expand traditional beliefs. Different cultures and time periods influence artistic expressions, often leading to varying interpretations of the divine. A piece of modern art might provoke questions and encourage viewers to think critically about their own beliefs and experiences, reshaping their perceptions of what it means to believe in a creator. Furthermore, art often acts as a bridge between the sacred and the everyday. Through rituals, music, or dance, communities come together, sharing a collective experience that reinforces their spiritual beliefs. In these moments, the role of a divine creator becomes not just an abstract concept, but part of a living communal reality that manifests through creativity. Ultimately, art transforms the concept of a divine creator into something personal and accessible. It invites dialogue and reflection, fostering a deeper appreciation of the complexity of faith and spirituality. In this way, art becomes not only a reflection of beliefs, but a fundamental part of how those beliefs evolve and are experienced in the human heart and mind. Filmmakers have explored the origins of God in various ways, often weaving complex narratives that reflect humanity's deepest questions about existence. Some films approach the subject through mythological retellings, drawing on ancient texts and traditions to depict gods as powerful beings influencing human lives, highlighting themes of creation, destruction, and redemption. This often involves visual storytelling that brings to life iconic figures from religious lore, exploring their relationships with humanity and each other. Other filmmakers adopt a more philosophical perspective, presenting God not as a being but as an abstract concept that shapes morality or purpose. These films might focus on the struggle of individuals grappling with faith, doubt, and the search for meaning in a seemingly chaotic world. By using characters who question or seek understanding of God's existence, audiences are invited to confront their beliefs and interpret the divine in personal ways. Additionally, science fiction films often propose alternative explanations for the origins of God, suggesting that advanced civilizations or alien life forms could be seen as deities by less advanced beings. This angle allows for meaningful discussions about creation, evolution, and the nature of divinity, delving into how humanity perceives greater forces that govern their universe. Through visual effects, narrative depth, and character development, these films aim to provoke thoughts and incite dialogue about spirituality, leaving audiences pondering their own beliefs about where God came from and what that means for the human experience. Each artistic interpretation reflects the cultural, social, and emotional currents of the time, making the examination of God's origins in cinema a fascinating lens through which to understand our collective identity. Poetry about the existence and creation of God often explores profound themes that resonate across cultures and belief systems. One of the central themes is the relationship between humanity and the divine. Many poems delve into feelings of awe and reverence for the vastness of creation, portraying God as an intimate presence in the lives of individuals. This sense of connection can evoke thoughts about purpose and the quest for meaning in life. Another recurring theme is the struggle between faith and doubt. Poets frequently express internal conflicts regarding belief, reflecting the complexity of faith. This theme often includes questions about the nature of suffering, the existence of evil, and the search for solace. Writers may use personal narratives to illustrate their emotional journeys as they grapple with these existential concerns. Creation itself is another prominent theme. Many poems depict the act of creation as a marvel, exploring the intricacies of life and the universe. They can highlight the beauty and complexity of nature, suggesting that the divine is woven into the fabric of existence. This theme often inspires feelings of gratitude and a sense of wonder at the world's mysteries. Additionally, themes of love and compassion often feature prominently in poetry about God. Many poets convey that the divine embodies unconditional love, urging humans to reflect this love in their own lives. This connection can lead to meditations on forgiveness, kindness, and the communal bonds that bind humanity together. Through these themes, poetry about God invites readers to engage with important questions, fostering introspection and a deeper appreciation for the profound nature of existence and spirituality. The search for extraterrestrial life raises profound questions that touch both science and spirituality. Many people wonder how the existence of life beyond Earth might influence or even challenge their beliefs about God. To some, the idea of other life forms suggests that God's creativity might extend beyond our planet. This perspective sees the universe as vast and filled with possibilities, where intelligent beings could inhabit distant worlds, sharing in the wonder of existence. On the other hand, some religious interpretations may find the concept of extraterrestrial life difficult to reconcile. Certain beliefs hold that humanity is unique, created in God's image, leading to concerns that discovering aliens could undermine understandings of human purpose and divine intention. This raises questions about how such beings fit into the larger narrative of creation and salvation as depicted in many religious texts. As scientists explore the cosmos, they often approach the topic of extraterrestrial life from an evidence-based perspective, searching for signals, microbial life, or other signs we are not alone. This scientific inquiry can coexist with faith, as many believers see no conflict between faith in God and the possibility that life exists elsewhere. Instead, They may view the exploration of the universe as a way to deepen their understanding of the divine. Ultimately, the intersection of these ideas reflects a broader human curiosity about our place in the universe. Whether through the lens of science or spirituality, the questions of life beyond Earth encourage a dialogue about existence, belief, and the nature of creation itself, challenging us to expand our views and consider the mysterious wonders that await us in the cosmos. The discovery of alien life would open up profound discussions about our understanding of God and how we view our place in the universe. Traditionally, many theological concepts center on humanity's unique role in creation, often suggesting humans as the focal point of divine interest. The revelation of life beyond Earth would challenge that perspective, prompting a re-examination of beliefs that consider humans as singular beings in God's plan. Theological interpretations could evolve in various ways. For some, recognizing alien life might highlight the vastness of God's creativity, showcasing a universe brimming with life, perhaps in forms we can't yet imagine. This could foster a sense of unity, connecting humanity not only with each other, but also with other forms of life created by God. Others might wrestle with a sense of competition or even concern about God's plan for humanity in comparison to these new beings. Furthermore, religious texts and doctrines would be subject to new interpretations. Some might find ways to incorporate these discoveries into existing beliefs, while others may see the need to redefine certain concepts like salvation, purpose, and specialness. The potential for multiple intelligent beings could raise questions about morality and spirituality beyond human experiences, leading to enriched dialogues in religious communities. Ultimately, the discovery of life elsewhere could serve as a catalyst for deeper spiritual inquiry. It could prompt believers to ponder their understanding of divinity, love, and our responsibilities in an interconnected cosmos, all while exploring the mysterious tapestry of existence that God may weave throughout the universe. Science fiction often explores the question of divine creation by presenting a range of perspectives that challenge traditional notions of a higher power. In many narratives, the focus shifts from a single divine entity to the idea of advanced beings or extraterrestrial intelligence as creators. This idea posits that what we may perceive as divine intervention could actually be the result of highly evolved species with technology far beyond our understanding. Stories might depict these beings as playing a role similar to that of gods, creating life and manipulating environments in ways that spark questions about purpose and existence. Other science fiction works take a more atheistic approach, suggesting that the universe and life as we know it emerged from natural processes and random events. In these narratives, the act of creation is often tied to the scientific principles of evolution or cosmic phenomena, emphasizing that even complex systems can arise without deliberate intention. This perspective can lead to profound existential questions about humanity's place in the cosmos, examining whether purpose is inherently built into existence or if it is something we must create for ourselves. Additionally, some stories introduce themes of artificial intelligence and robotics, where humans themselves become creators. This raises ethical questions about our responsibilities toward our creations and reflects our struggles with technological advancements. In this context, divine creation is not solely about the origins of life, but expands to consider what it means to be a creator in our own right. Science fiction narratives handle divine creation in multifaceted ways, often leading viewers to reflect on belief, purpose, and the nature of existence. Through diverse interpretations, these stories encourage us to contemplate the vast possibilities of our universe and our understanding of creation itself. The question of how evil exists in a world created by a benevolent God is a complex topic that has engaged thinkers for centuries. To start, many philosophies suggest that a created God, often envisioned as all-powerful, all-knowing, and perfectly good, presents a challenging paradox when confronted with the presence of evil in the world. One common perspective is that in order for people to have true freedom, they must have the ability to choose. If God created beings with the capacity to do good, it follows that they must also have the ability to choose otherwise, to commit acts that can be seen as evil. In this view, evil is not a creation of God, but a consequence of the free will granted to created beings. This autonomy allows for genuine relationships and moral choices, giving meaning to goodness and love. Another angle considers the concept of a world that includes challenges and suffering. Here, evil can be seen as a means of growth and learning. Trials and hardships can lead to compassion, resilience, and a deeper understanding of the good. This perspective suggests that evil serves a purpose within a larger, often incomprehensible divine plan. Additionally, some argue that the existence of evil allows for the appreciation of goodness. Just as we recognize light because of darkness, the presence of evil may help individuals discern and value the good in their lives. Thus, while the existence of evil might seem at odds with the idea of a loving creator, many philosophical and theological frameworks provide explanations that either emphasize the necessity of free will, the potential for personal growth, or the value of contrasts in understanding goodness. Each of these perspectives invites a deeper exploration of morality, choice, and the very nature of existence itself. Theological responses to the challenge of reconciling God and human suffering often explore deep and complex themes. Many religious traditions address this issue in their own unique ways, but a few common approaches stand out. One significant viewpoint is the concept of free will. Many theologians argue that for love to be genuine, it must be chosen rather than forced. This belief suggests that human suffering can stem from the misuse of free will, whether it be by individuals acting selfishly or communities making harmful decisions. In this view, suffering is not directly caused by God, but rather it emerges from choices humans make in their quest for autonomy. Another response is the idea of suffering as a means of spiritual growth. Some believe that facing adversity can lead to personal transformation and deeper faith. This perspective holds that challenges and struggles can encourage individuals to seek comfort in their beliefs, fostering resilience and compassion. This approach suggests that there is a purpose behind suffering, even if it is difficult to see in the moment. Additionally, many theological frameworks incorporate the idea of a divine presence that suffers alongside humanity. This is often articulated through the belief in a compassionate God who experiences pain with those who suffer. In this context, God's empathy allows for a connection with human experience, providing comfort and strength during difficult times. Some traditions also emphasize the concept of an ultimate justice in the afterlife. This belief posits that, while suffering is a part of our earthly experience, there will be a time when justice is restored. This hope can offer solace to those enduring suffering, suggesting that their pain is seen and will be addressed in a greater cosmic plan. Theological responses to reconciling God and human suffering range from the significance of free will and the opportunity for spiritual growth to the understanding of a compassionate God who empathizes with human pain and the belief in ultimate justice beyond this life. Each perspective aims to provide hope and meaning to the perplexing reality of suffering in the human experience. Different religions offer varied perspectives on the problem of evil in relation to God, each seeking to understand why suffering and wrongdoing exist in a world created by a benevolent deity. In many monotheistic faiths, such as Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, God is seen as all-powerful and all-good. The challenge of evil often leads to the interpretation that human free will plays a crucial role. This belief suggests that individuals have the choice to do good or evil, and it's this freedom that can lead to suffering. The existence of evil, then, is not because God desires harm, but rather a consequence of the freedoms given to humanity. Buddhism takes a different approach. It does not center on a creator God, and instead emphasizes the nature of suffering through the concept of craving and attachment. According to Buddhist teachings, suffering is an intrinsic part of life, and the cycle of rebirth continues until one attains enlightenment. The path to minimizing suffering involves understanding its origins and liberating oneself from desires. Hinduism also engages with the problem of evil through its understanding of karma, the law of cause and effect. In this view, one's current circumstances are shaped by past actions, both in this life and previous lives. Thus, suffering can be seen as a direct result of one's actions, and spiritual growth occurs through overcoming those challenges. In contrast, some faiths that may emphasize a dualistic cosmology, like Zoroastrianism, present a worldview where good and evil are in constant opposition. Here, the struggle between a good deity and an evil one accounts for the presence of suffering and malice in the world. Each religious tradition provides a framework for believers to reconcile the existence of evil with their understanding of God or spiritual principles. Regardless of the differences, common themes emerge, focusing on free will, moral growth, or the fundamental nature of existence, all aimed at finding peace in a world where suffering exists. Accounts of suffering in the world often lead people to question the traditional views of a creator deity, particularly the notion of an all-powerful and benevolent being. Many believe that if such a deity exists, they would prevent suffering and hardship. However, the reality we observe is filled with pain, loss, and injustice, which poses a deep philosophical challenge. When contemplating this issue, individuals might wonder why a kind and powerful creator would allow natural disasters that cause immense suffering or wars that lead to tragic loss of life. The existence of disease and suffering in innocent people raises critical questions about the nature of that creator's intentions. If suffering serves a purpose, such as personal growth, moral testing, or the development of resilience, then it invites further debate. Does that mean suffering is necessary for the greater good? And if so, how does that align with the characteristics of compassion and mercy? Moreover, various religious traditions offer differing explanations about the presence of suffering. Some suggest that it is a result of free will, where humans are granted the ability to choose, and this can lead to both good and evil outcomes. Others view suffering as part of a divine plan that is often beyond human understanding. These accounts of suffering not only provoke deep philosophical inquiries, but also encourage people to grapple with their beliefs about the creator deity. They prompt a re-examination of what divinity means in the context of human experiences and how suffering influences faith, spirituality, and the search for meaning in a complex world. Native American creation stories present a rich tapestry of beliefs that interpret the divine in diverse and profound ways. These narratives typically highlight a deep connection between the spiritual and the natural world. For many tribes, the concept of the divine is not a singular entity, but rather includes a range of spirits, ancestors, and elements of nature that all play vital roles in the creation and maintenance of the universe. Storytelling is central to these traditions, where the divine is often illustrated as part of the everyday landscape. For instance, many tribes see mountains, rivers, and animals as sacred beings, each possessing its own spirit. This reverence reveals a belief that the divine is woven into the very fabric of the world around us. Rather than a distant god, the divine is often portrayed as an active presence, engaged with humanity and nature. In creation myths, the stories emphasize relationships and responsibilities. They convey teachings about harmony, balance, and respect for all living things. Many narratives describe how the earth was shaped by divine beings or through powerful events, emphasizing that the land itself holds stories and connections that tie communities together. For instance, the earth is sometimes personified as a mother, nurturing and providing for her children, human beings, and others, fostering a sense of gratitude and stewardship. These stories also vary significantly among tribes, reflecting unique cultural values and environmental interactions. For instance, some narratives focus on the emergence of people from the depths of the earth, symbolizing a deep connection to the land. Others involve celestial beings or animals that create and guide, showing the interdependence of life. Ultimately, Native American creation stories offer an interpretation of the divine that is multifaceted, rooted in the earth, and deeply relational, encouraging a worldview where humanity is just one part of a larger, interconnected cosmos. Through these stories, traditions are passed down, imparting lessons about creation, morality, and respect for the natural world that continue to resonate with many today. The Aboriginal Dreamtime is not just a collection of stories, it is a profound way of understanding the world and our place within it. For many Indigenous Australians, Dreamtime encompasses the creation of the land, the people, and the laws that govern life. It serves as a spiritual framework, illustrating how every element of existence is interconnected. In Dreamtime stories, ancestral beings shaped the world, creating the rivers, mountains, and animals. These beings act as both creators and teachers, imparting lessons about morality, respect for nature, and human relationships. This worldview fosters a deep spiritual connection to the land, suggesting that the environment itself is sacred and imbued with a kind of divine presence. When considering how this relates to concepts of God, Dreamtime offers a different perspective. Instead of a singular, distant deity, it presents a more animistic and holistic vision. The divine can be found in every part of the universe, in the essence of all living things, and in the stories that bind communities together. This can reshape how individuals and communities understand the divine, emphasizing relationships, continuity, and balance rather than hierarchy. Engaging with the Aboriginal Dreamtime encourages a broader view of spirituality that transcends conventional definitions of God. It highlights the importance of connection between people, nature, and the cosmos, offering a holistic perspective that many find deeply enriching. This understanding underscores the richness of human spiritual experience and invites us to consider how various cultures perceive the divine. Asian philosophies approach the concept of a divine being in diverse and intricate ways, reflecting the rich tapestry of cultural and spiritual beliefs across the continent. In many Eastern traditions, such as Hinduism, the notion of the divine is often embodied in multifaceted deities, each representing different aspects of reality and nature. This belief system sees the divine as both personal and impersonal, where Brahman, the ultimate reality, exists beyond human comprehension, while at the same time the multitude of gods and goddesses serves as manifestations of this singular essence. Buddhism takes a different route. Instead of emphasizing a creator god, it focuses on the pursuit of enlightenment and the understanding of suffering. The Buddha, a teacher rather than a deity, encourages individuals to find their own path to understanding the nature of existence and the cessation of suffering. In this light, the divine might be seen as an inner potential for awakening rather than a transcendent being. Taoism presents another unique perspective by emphasizing harmony with the Tao, or the fundamental principle that underlies the universe. Here, the divine is not a personal entity, but a guiding force that flows through all things. The Tao embodies a balance of opposites and encourages followers to align themselves with natural rhythms rather than worship a specific deity. Confucianism shifts focus towards human relationships and ethical conduct, placing less emphasis on a divine being and more on moral principles. The philosophy teaches that goodness and virtue manifest through our actions and interactions, suggesting that the heaven referred to in its teachings relates more to an ideal of moral order than a singular divine creator. Overall, Asian philosophies offer a spectrum of beliefs regarding the divine, from polytheism to enlightenment as inner realization, and from harmony with universal principles to moral cultivation. These perspectives emphasize various pathways for understanding existence and encouraging personal or communal growth, illustrating the philosophical richness of the region. The concept of God raises many questions and mysteries that have puzzled humanity for centuries. One central mystery revolves around the nature of divine existence. If God exists, what form does this existence take? Some traditions depict God as a personal being, while others view the divine as an abstract force or energy permeating the universe. This leads to questions about how God interacts with the world and humanity. Do divine actions influence our lives directly, or is everything preordained? Another significant mystery concerns the problem of evil. If God is all-knowing, all-powerful, and perfectly good, why does suffering exist? This paradox challenges many people's understanding of God and leads to a search for answers about the nature of good and evil, free will, and the reasons behind human suffering. The diversity of beliefs around the world also presents an intriguing puzzle. With countless religious traditions, each offering different representations and understandings of God, how can one claim to know the true nature of the divine? This variety raises questions about the validity of individual experiences, cultural influences, and the potential for universal truths that cross religious boundaries. Additionally, the relationship between science and the divine invites curiosity. As scientific discoveries expand our understanding of the universe, questions arise about how these findings intersect or conflict with beliefs about God. Can faith coexist with scientific reasoning, and if so, how does that shape humanity's quest for knowledge and understanding of our existence? Ultimately, the mysteries surrounding the concept of God challenge us to reflect on our beliefs, the meaning of life, and our place in an ever-evolving universe. They encourage an ongoing exploration of spirituality, morality, and the depths of human experience in the face of the unknown. The idea of parallel universes introduces intriguing possibilities about existence and reality, which can influence people's beliefs about God. In this framework, some imagine that if countless universes exist, each with varying outcomes and histories, the traditional understanding of a singular, purposeful creation might be challenged. In a sense, it could suggest that our universe is just one among many, where divine intervention or design may not be unique. For many, the concept of parallel universes raises questions about free will and destiny. If every choice leads to a different universe, where every possible outcome exists, this could complicate the notion of a predetermined plan set by a divine being. Conversely, some might argue that the existence of parallel universes could point to a creator who orchestrates such complexity according to an even grander design. Philosophically, these theories might lead individuals to reconsider the nature of reality itself. Believers may find a deeper sense of awe in a universe filled with endless possibilities, while skeptics might see it as evidence that the divine is not bound to a single narrative. Ultimately, the impact of parallel universes on beliefs about God varies greatly among individuals, leading to discussions that bridge science, philosophy, and theology in an exploration of existence and meaning. String theory and multiverse hypotheses offer fascinating perspectives on the universe that can intersect with ideas about a creator. String theory suggests that the fundamental building blocks of the universe are not point-like particles, but rather tiny, vibrating strings. These strings can vibrate in different ways, leading to the variety of particles and forces we observe. This theory attempts to unify all physical interactions, but hints at a more complex fabric of reality beyond our immediate experience. The concept of a multiverse arises from these explorations, proposing that our universe is just one of many, each with its own unique settings and physical laws. Imagine a vast sea of bubbles. Each bubble is a different universe, possibly with alternate versions of reality. Some scientists theorize that in this multitude of universes, the conditions for life can vary dramatically, leading to the question of why our universe, with its specific combination of forces and constants, is suitable for life. When considering the idea of a creator, these theories can lead to intriguing discussions. Some may interpret the highly structured and ordered nature of our universe, as described by string theory, as evidence for an intelligent design. If complex laws can arise from simple fundamental elements, one could argue that it hints at a purposeful origin. Similarly, the multiverse concept raises questions about randomness versus design. If countless universes exist, the right conditions for life may just happen by chance, making the process seem random. However, this randomness can also suggest that a creator set the stage for such a multitude of possibilities. While string theory and the multiverse hypothesis propose different frameworks for understanding the universe, they encourage us to reflect on our existence and the origins of reality. The intersections with the notion of a creator illustrate the complexity of our quest for understanding and meaning, blending science and philosophy in a rich tapestry of inquiry. The concept of a primordial creator being or force is a captivating blend of philosophy and cosmology, often reflecting humanity's quest to understand the origins of existence. One speculative idea is that this creator could be a conscious entity, possessing wisdom and intention, responsible for sparking the universe into being. Some theorists suggest that such a force may have initiated the Big Bang, orchestrating the conditions necessary for galaxies, stars, and eventually, life to emerge. Another compelling notion is that this creator could be an energy or a force that transcends human understanding. Instead of being a personal deity, it might be a vast, interconnected energy that permeates the fabric of reality. This force could govern the fundamental laws of physics, shaping the universe in design and purpose without necessarily possessing a traditional consciousness. Additionally, some theories delve into the idea of a multiverse, where countless universes exist simultaneously, each potentially having its own laws and constants. A primordial creator in this context could be an entity that exists beyond our perception, giving rise to these multiple realms through a process of endless creation. Each universe might then represent an experiment, with varying conditions leading to different outcomes. Ultimately, these speculative ideas raise profound questions about existence, purpose, and the nature of reality itself. They challenge us to think about whether our universe is the result of a grand design or a series of random occurrences. In this exploration of creation, we touch on fundamental mysteries that inspire awe and curiosity about our place in the cosmos. Speculative fiction and fantasy create vivid worlds where the origins of gods are often woven into the fabric of the universe's creation. These portrayals can take many forms, drawing from cultural myths, personal imagination, and philosophical concepts. In many stories, gods emerge from chaos, representing elemental forces or personifying natural phenomena. For instance, a tale might depict the first god born from the fiery core of a newly formed planet, embodying creation and destruction simultaneously. Another common motif is the idea of gods arising from other beings. In countless narratives, powerful creatures or ancient wise beings shape reality, giving birth to deities either directly or through acts of sacrifice and transformation. This method not only emphasizes the significance of these beings, but also often reflects themes of power, responsibility, and the fragility of existence. The act of creation is frequently portrayed as a collaborative process among gods, mirroring the interconnectedness of life. In some speculative worlds, gods may originate from the dreams or thoughts of mortals. This concept suggests that belief itself has the power to manifest deities, connecting the divine to humanity's hopes and fears. These gods may evolve based on worshippers' perceptions, adapting over time to reflect changing societies. This idea deepens the narrative, as it explores how relationships between humans and their gods can shape both the divine and the mortal realms. Moreover, in fantasy stories, sometimes gods do not always start as omnipotent beings. They might begin their existence as mere humans or creatures, ascending to divinity through extraordinary feats or profound sacrifices. This evolution builds relatable narratives that explore themes of ambition, fate, and transformation, allowing audiences to connect with the less-than-perfect journey of becoming a god. Through these different lenses, speculative fiction and fantasy not only entertain but also provoke thought on the nature of divinity and belief, revealing how cultures understand their own origins and place in the universe. The stories often reflect real-world questions about existence, purpose, and the very nature of power. In contemporary society, the debates about God's existence often center around several key themes. One significant discussion revolves around science and religion, particularly how discoveries in fields like astrophysics, evolution, and genetics have influenced beliefs about creation and the universe. Some argue that the complexity of the universe and the intricate designs seen in nature hint at a creator. Others maintain that natural processes alone can explain existence without invoking divine intervention. Another prominent debate is the problem of evil. This topic questions how a benevolent and omnipotent deity could allow suffering and injustice in the world. This contradiction raises fundamental inquiries about the nature of God and how such a being relates to human pain. The existence of evil often shifts discussions towards different interpretations of God, with some suggesting that free will plays a significant role, allowing humans to choose their actions, whether good or bad. Philosophical arguments also remain crucial in this discourse. The classic cosmological argument posits that everything has a cause, leading to the conclusion that there must be an initial cause, often identified as God. Conversely, skeptics question the necessity of this conclusion and propose alternative explanations for the universe's existence. Additionally, personal experiences and spirituality come into play. Many individuals report personal encounters or feelings of a greater presence, which they interpret as evidence for God's existence. However, critics of such perspectives emphasize that subjective experiences are not universally applicable and can vary widely from person to person. Lastly, societal and cultural influences shape these debates. In increasingly pluralistic societies, diverse religious beliefs and secular viewpoints coexist, making it essential to engage in meaningful dialogue about faith, belief, and reason. This dynamic environment encourages individuals to reflect on their own beliefs while considering the perspectives of others, resulting in a rich tapestry of discussions regarding the existence of God today. Skeptics and atheists often approach the idea of God's creation from a viewpoint based on evidence and scientific explanations. They tend to rely on the understanding that the universe can be explained through natural phenomena and laws rather than attributing its existence to a divine creator. For them, Questions about origins typically lead to discussions about the Big Bang, evolution, and the fundamental principles of physics and chemistry. Skeptics may weigh the evidence surrounding the age of the Earth and the development of life through evolutionary processes. They often highlight the plethora of scientific discoveries that explain natural processes, such as how stars form, how galaxies evolve, and how life adapts over time. This perspective suggests that everything we observe around us can be understood through investigation, observation, and reasoning, rather than as a result of supernatural influence. Atheists, who lack belief in a deity, may view the concept of creation by God as a human construct. They often argue that many beliefs related to creation stem from cultural narratives that have been passed down through generations. In their view, these stories do not hold up against the rigorous scrutiny of scientific investigation. Ultimately, skeptics and atheists see the world as one that operates independently of divine orchestration. They emphasize the importance of critical thinking and evidence-based reasoning, viewing the universe as a complex but natural system that can be explored and understood without invoking the idea of a creator. Their position encourages a fascination with the mysteries of the cosmos, driven by inquiry rather than faith. Contemporary religious thinkers engage with the question of God's origin in various thoughtful ways that reflect both belief and reason. They often approach the topic by emphasizing the nature of God as being eternal and uncaused. For these thinkers, God is not something or someone that came into existence at a particular time, so the concept of origin does not apply in the usual sense. One common response is to explain that God exists outside of time and space. This means that God is not bound by the same rules that govern the universe we inhabit. When addressing challenges, many advocates highlight the idea that everything in the physical world has a cause and an origin, but God is the necessary being who causes everything else without needing a creator. Additionally, contemporary thinkers point out that questioning God's origin often leads to deeper philosophical inquiries about existence itself. Some ask, if everything needs a cause, what about the universe itself? This line of questioning can lead to arguments for a first cause or an uncaused cause, which many attribute to God. Another aspect of the discussion involves faith and personal experience. Many religious thinkers argue that the existence of God can be understood through personal encounters, the moral order of the world, or the beauty and complexity of creation. They propose that these reflections can provide a different kind of evidence for God's existence, one that transcends purely intellectual arguments. Furthermore, dialogues among various religious traditions also shape contemporary responses. Interfaith discussions often explore the commonalities in how different faiths address God's permanence or beyondness, enriching the overall understanding of this topic. Contemporary religious thinkers frame their responses around the concept of God as an eternal, necessary existence, often linking this idea to larger philosophical questions about existence, causality, and personal faith experiences. They remind us that these kinds of inquiries have been part of human exploration for centuries and continue to inspire deep reflection and discussion today. Secularism has had a significant impact on how people perceive the idea of a divine creator. In a secular society, the focus shifts towards human reasoning, science, and empirical evidence as the main sources of understanding the world. This change encourages individuals to seek explanations based on observable phenomena rather than relying solely on religious doctrines or divine authority. As secularism gained traction, especially during the Enlightenment, many began to question traditional beliefs about a divine creator. Instead of seeing the universe as a product of divine will, people looked at natural processes such as evolution to explain the complexity of life. This approach emphasizes the idea that life can develop through biological mechanisms over lengthy timeframes, which challenges the notion of a singular, intentional creator. Additionally, secularism advocates for the separation of religion from public life. This promotes a more pluralistic society where various beliefs coexist. In such an environment, people may feel more open to exploring diverse philosophies about existence, which can range from agnosticism to atheism. This openness allows discussions about creation to happen within a broader framework of ideas, encouraging critical thinking and individual interpretation. Secularism has cultivated an atmosphere where questioning and exploring various ideas about a divine creator is encouraged. This shift has led to a more nuanced understanding of existence, one that prioritizes human inquiry and evidence over strict adherence to religious beliefs. As such, views on the divine have become more varied, with individuals seeking personal meanings rather than conforming to a single narrative. The concept of God has sparked varied debates in theology, touching upon numerous aspects of existence and belief. One significant controversy revolves around the nature of God in relation to suffering and evil. This dilemma, known as the problem of evil, questions how an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good deity can allow pain and injustice in the world. Some argue that this contradiction challenges the very essence of God as traditionally understood. Another point of contention is the idea of God's gender or personal characteristics. Different faith traditions portray God in distinct ways, sometimes as a father, sometimes as a mother, or even as an abstract presence devoid of gender. This has led to discussions about the language used to describe God and whether it reflects human biases and cultural influences. Additionally, the coexistence of multiple religions raises questions about the nature of God. The belief in a singular exclusive deity conflicts with the acknowledgement that various cultures worship different gods or interpretations of a divine being. This has prompted debates on whether these gods are manifestations of the same ultimate truth or entirely separate entities. The theological discourse also explores the relationship between science and belief. As scientific discoveries progress, some traditional views of God have faced challenges, especially when it comes to creation narratives. Many theologians grapple with reconciling religious texts with the scientific understanding of the universe's formation and evolution. Finally, the accessibility of God is a topic of heated discussion. Some argue that God is intimately involved in human affairs, while others see the divine as more distant and abstract. This difference influences how believers perceive their relationship with God and their understanding of faith itself. These controversies reflect the complexities of belief and offer an ongoing exploration of what it means to seek and understand the divine in diverse contexts. Each contention invites individuals to ponder deeper and engage in conversations about faith, existence, and their own experiences with the concept of God. Throughout history, cultures have engaged with one another, sharing ideas, beliefs, and stories that shape their views of the divine. These cross-cultural exchanges have led to rich and diverse understandings of God's origin. When different societies come into contact, whether through trade, migration, or conquest, they often introduce their religious beliefs to one another. This interaction can create a blending of traditions, changing how people perceive their gods. For instance, the ancient Greeks had their pantheon of gods, while the Egyptians worshipped a different set of deities. When these cultures interacted, they sometimes began to adopt or modify each other's gods. As a result, certain characteristics, stories, and attributes became shared among the deities, leading people to think of divine origins in new ways. Additionally, the rise of world religions like Christianity and Islam has also played a significant role in shaping beliefs about God's origin. These religions spread across various regions, influencing native beliefs and prompting both acceptance and adaptation. Local customs often found their way into these larger belief systems, leading to unique interpretations of the nature of God and how divine origins are understood. Furthermore, as societies have traveled and communicated, philosophical ideas about the divine have emerged and evolved. The quest to understand the nature of God or gods often draws from various cultural perspectives, creating a tapestry of beliefs that includes different ideas about creation and existence. As you explore the history of these exchanges, it's clear that beliefs about God's origin are not fixed, but rather dynamic, continually shaped by the ebb and flow of cultural interaction. This ongoing dialogue among cultures enriches our understanding of the divine, showcasing the inherent desire of humanity to connect with something greater than themselves. Syncretism occurs when different religious beliefs and practices merge, creating a unique blend of divine concepts. Imagine various streams of water flowing into a larger river. Each stream represents a distinct belief system with its own traditions, symbols, and deities. When these streams converge, they influence one another, often leading to the development of new interpretations and practices. For example, consider how ancient civilizations would often integrate elements from conquered peoples' religions into their own. This blending could result in the creation of new deities that embody characteristics from both cultures. In this way, a goddess might be worshipped with the attributes of love from one tradition and war from another, creating a multifaceted figure that resonates with followers from both backgrounds. This process is not just about combining elements, but also involves adapting meanings and rituals to form something that feels familiar yet new. Syncretism allows for flexibility. It respects and incorporates existing beliefs, leading to a more inclusive approach to spirituality. Communities that practice syncretism often find comfort in these unique blends, as they allow for a broader understanding of the divine that transcends cultural boundaries. Ultimately, syncretism highlights the human desire for connection and understanding, offering a path for people to honor their diverse heritages while fostering a sense of unity within their beliefs. Throughout history, syncretism has played a vital role in shaping religious beliefs by blending different traditions into new forms. One prominent example is the fusion of indigenous beliefs with Catholicism during the Spanish colonization of the Americas. As missionaries introduced Christianity to Native American populations, elements such as local deities, rituals, and practices were often integrated with Catholic teachings. This resulted in unique expressions of faith, such as the veneration of saints who took on characteristics of indigenous spirits, leading to a rich tapestry of spiritual beliefs that honored both traditions. Another significant instance occurred in Japan during the Meiji Restoration, when Shinto, previously a native belief system focused on kami or spirits, began to incorporate elements from Buddhism, which had been present for centuries. Instead of viewing these religions in opposition, the Japanese culture synthesized them, creating a landscape where both could coexist and complement one another, leading to shared rituals and festivals that celebrated aspects of both Shinto and Buddhism. In Africa, the creation of new religions like Vodou in Haiti shows how syncretism altered divine beliefs. Enslaved Africans brought their ancestral beliefs and practices to the Caribbean, where they merged these with Catholicism. The resulting religion honored African deities through the lens of Catholic saints, allowing practitioners to maintain their heritage while adapting to oppressive circumstances. These examples illustrate how syncretism can lead to the evolution of faith, creating beliefs that are rich in meaning and reflective of the diverse cultural landscapes from which they originate. By intertwining various traditions, communities not only preserve their identity, but also create new pathways for spiritual expression. The evolution of religious thought alongside humanity's growing scientific understanding has created a dynamic interplay throughout history. In ancient times, people often attributed natural phenomena such as thunderstorms or solar eclipses to the actions of deities. The natural world was intertwined with spiritual beliefs. As science emerged, explaining these occurrences through observation and reasoning began to shape religious views. In the early stages of scientific discovery, such as the work of early astronomers, the understanding of the cosmos expanded. This contradicted many traditional beliefs about the Earth's place in the universe. For example, when it became clear that the Earth revolves around the Sun rather than the other way around, heated debates arose between scientific and religious authorities. Yet, rather than outright rejection of faith, many sought to reconcile these new ideas with their beliefs. Thinkers began to interpret religious texts in ways that aligned more closely with emerging scientific knowledge. As scientific understanding grew more sophisticated, it demonstrated that many phenomena previously seen as divine intervention could be explained through natural processes. The theory of evolution, which describes how species change over time, significantly impacted religious views on creation. This led to discussions within faith communities about the interpretation of sacred texts, with some embracing the idea that science and spirituality can coexist harmoniously. In modern times, advances in fields like astronomy, physics, and biology have prompted both challenges and inspiration for religious thought. While some may perceive conflicts, others find that these discoveries deepen their understanding of the universe and humanity's place within it. Concepts such as the Big Bang and the vastness of the universe have led some to awe and wonder, which can spark spiritual reflection. Ultimately, the evolution of religious thought is not just about conflict or compromise, it is a complex dialogue. Many people continue to seek meaning in life through both religious and scientific lenses, creating a rich tapestry of belief that reflects the journey of human understanding. This relationship continues to evolve as new scientific discoveries prompt fresh interpretations and discussions within various faith communities, highlighting our enduring quest for answers about existence and purpose. The Renaissance was a pivotal period in human history that transformed many aspects of society, including the way people viewed God. During this era, which spanned roughly from the 14th to the 17th century, there was a significant shift from a strictly religious view of life to an emphasis on humanism. Humanism focused on the potential of individuals and the wonders of the natural world, leading to a more personal relationship with the divine. In medieval times, God was often perceived as the ultimate authority whose power was mediated through the church. The Renaissance encouraged people to explore their own reasoning, creativity, and the beauty of the world around them. Artists, thinkers, and scientists began to celebrate human achievement and the intellect, often depicting God in more relatable and human-like forms. This was evident in the art of the period, where artists portrayed biblical scenes with an emphasis on human emotion and experience, moving beyond the strictly divine. Additionally, the Renaissance sparked a renewed interest in ancient texts, including those of philosophers and scholars from the classical world. This exploration led to new interpretations of theology and sparked debates about faith and reason. Thinkers like Erasmus and later Martin Luther questioned church doctrines and emphasized personal faith, which further reshaped the understanding of God as not only a distant figure, but also as one accessible through personal experience and scripture. As science made strides during this time, with figures like Copernicus challenging the geocentric view of the universe, people's perceptions of God's creation evolved. Instead of viewing Earth as the center of the universe governed by divine omnipotence, individuals began to see a world governed by natural laws that could be understood through observation and inquiry. This shift demonstrated that the exploration of nature could also be a way to understand God's creation, fostering a sense of wonder at the world rather than seeing it as merely a backdrop for divine intervention. The Renaissance reshaped perceptions of God by fostering a more personal connection between humanity and the divine. It encouraged critical thinking, celebrated human potential, and recognized the beauty and complexities of creation, ultimately leading to a more nuanced understanding of faith that resonated deeply with individual experience. The industrial and technological revolutions have significantly influenced religious beliefs, reshaping how people view the world and their place within it. During the Industrial Revolution, which marked a shift from agrarian economies to urban and industrial ones, there was a movement towards scientific explanations for natural phenomena. This transition made some traditional religious views seem less central, as people began to rely more on reason and empirical evidence. For many, the complexities of a machine-driven society required new understandings of morality and existence that sometimes clashed with established religious doctrines. As technology continued to advance, particularly with the rise of the internet and digital communication, access to different beliefs and perspectives grew. People can now explore numerous religious practices and philosophies from around the globe, leading to a greater diversity of thought. This exposure encourages dialogue between faiths and sometimes fosters doubts about the singular truth claims of any one religion. It can create a more pluralistic society where individuals feel empowered to adopt beliefs that resonate more closely with their experiences or values, rather than strictly adhering to those passed down through tradition. Additionally, the rapid pace of technological change brings ethical dilemmas that religions must address. Issues such as genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and environmental concerns challenge traditional teachings and prompt new interpretations of sacred texts. Faith communities must grapple with these modern questions, often leading to a re-examination of their beliefs and practices. Thus, while industrial and technological revolutions have sometimes led to a decline in religious observance among some individuals, they have also sparked renewal and reinterpretation among others. People seek to reconcile their faith with an ever-evolving understanding of the world, resulting in a dynamic interplay between tradition and modernity. Modern revolutions in thought have significantly reshaped how people perceive God and spirituality. These shifts began during the Enlightenment, a period when reason and scientific inquiry gained prominence. Instead of relying solely on religious doctrine, thinkers encouraged individuals to question and explore ideas based on personal experience and evidence. This emphasis on critical thinking led many to view the universe as governed by natural laws, reducing the belief in a God who intervenes directly in daily life. In addition, the rise of humanism highlighted humanity's ability to achieve great things independently of divine influence. People began to focus on human rights, ethics, and the potential for goodness without the need for a religious framework. This shift encouraged a more secular understanding of morality and existence, moving away from traditional religious teachings. Furthermore, advancements in science, particularly in fields like astronomy and biology, have provided natural explanations for phenomena once attributed to divine action. The theory of evolution, for example, has transformed ideas about creation, prompting many to reconsider their beliefs about an all-powerful creator. This does not mean that belief in God has diminished for everyone. Rather, it has diversified. Some individuals now see God not as a personal deity, but as a metaphor for the complexities and wonders of the universe. Today's conversations about God often embrace a broader range of interpretations, including agnosticism and atheism, as well as New Age spirituality that combines elements from various traditions. In this context, understanding God has evolved into a more personal and individual journey, marked by exploration and interpretation rather than adherence to established doctrines. These modern perspectives reflect a growing acknowledgement that belief is nuanced and deeply connected to the experiences, thoughts, and culture of each individual. Religious philosophies offer diverse interpretations of time in relation to God, shaped by their core beliefs and doctrines. In many traditions, time is viewed as a creation of God. This perspective suggests that God exists outside of time, seeing past, present, and future simultaneously. Imagine an artist looking at their entire canvas. They understand all aspects of their work in a single glance. In this sense, God experiences time not as a linear sequence, but as an eternal present. Some philosophies, especially within Christianity, view time as linear. In this view, history unfolds in a purposeful direction, moving toward an ultimate fulfillment at the end of time. This conveys a sense of divine plan, where human experiences and actions hold significance within a grand narrative. Believers find comfort in the idea that their lives are integrated into God's unfolding story. Contrastingly, certain Eastern philosophies like Buddhist thought emphasize the cyclical nature of time. Here, time is seen as an endless loop of birth, death, and rebirth, illustrating a more fluid relationship to existence. This emphasizes a process of continual renewal, which influences how adherents see their place in the realm of the divine. In indigenous and animistic traditions, time can also be perceived as deeply interconnected with nature and the universe. Events are often viewed as part of a holistic cycle where the divine permeates all aspects of life. Thus, time is not merely a measure, but a relationship with the sacred, emphasizing awareness of rhythms in the natural world. Across these philosophical interpretations, God's relationship with time is often complex and multifaceted, reflecting deeper understandings of existence, purpose, and the human experience. Each tradition offers insights that enrich our understanding of life's temporal dimensions and the divine. Across the globe, various cultures and religions have rich beliefs about the eternal nature of God, each offering unique perspectives that shape their understanding of the divine. In many monotheistic traditions, such as Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, God is perceived as timeless and unchanging. These faiths teach that God exists beyond the confines of time and space, having created the universe but not being bound by it. This eternal nature means that God is always present and constantly aware, acting in history while remaining outside its flow. On the other hand, cultures with polytheistic views, like those in ancient Greece or Hinduism, may see gods as both eternal and dynamic. In Hindu belief, Brahman is the ultimate reality, an eternal force that encompasses all things. Individual deities are manifestations of this eternal essence, but may have their own narratives and characteristics that interact with the world. This perspective allows for a more personal relationship with the divine, with gods portrayed in stories that reflect human experiences. In indigenous spiritualities, the eternal nature of the divine might not be defined in the same structured way. For many, spiritual beliefs center around a connection to nature and the universe, where the divine is felt in the environment. This view often incorporates cycles of life, death, and rebirth, suggesting a form of eternity that is more cyclical than linear. Through these varied lenses, cultures seek to understand the incomprehensible and often find that their beliefs about the eternal encompass both a sense of stability and a dynamic interplay with the changing world. The eternal nature of God reflects the values, experiences, and understandings of each culture's relationship with the universe. Time metaphors in religious texts often reflect the relationship between the divine and the nature of existence itself. These texts frequently portray time in non-linear ways, suggesting that divine presence transcends human understanding of past, present, and future. For many faiths, God or the divine is seen as existing beyond time, meaning they are not bound by its progression. This concept implies that divine origins are fundamentally different from human experience. In these narratives, time can be seen as a creation of the divine rather than a framework that limits or defines it. Some texts might describe time as cyclical, reflecting the idea of eternal recurrence or ongoing creation and renewal, which aligns with beliefs in an ever-present divine influence. For example, the concept of a day of creation or the unfolding of spiritual epochs highlights a vision where divine action occurs at significant moments rather than over a linear timeline. Moreover, metaphors of time often communicate the idea of divine intervention in the world. This can be illustrated through stories of prophecy or divine time for judgment, emphasizing that even though people experience time linearly, there is a divine timetable that governs events in a way humans might not fully grasp. These metaphors encourage believers to see life as a journey towards a final divine purpose, reinforcing the belief that all time, past and future, is ultimately connected to its divine origins. Through these reflections, religious texts invite followers to appreciate a broader and deeper understanding of existence, one that encourages contemplation of their own lives within the timeless reality of the divine. They challenge conventional views of time, encouraging an exploration of the sacred that transcends simple chronological measurement, leading to a richer, more profound sense of purpose and meaning in life. Interdisciplinary studies bring together different fields of knowledge to tackle complex questions, including those about understanding God or the divine. By combining philosophy, theology, science, psychology, and even history, we can explore this profound concept from multiple angles. For instance, philosophy helps in addressing questions of morality and existence, while theology can offer insights into spiritual beliefs and practices. When we include science, we can examine how the natural world might reflect the divine through intricate systems and laws. The study of human behavior through psychology can shed light on why people seek a connection with a higher power or how they experience spirituality. Meanwhile, history provides context, showing how various cultures have understood the divine across time. These diverse perspectives allow us to construct a richer picture of God. For example, seeing how different cultures interpret the divine can highlight common themes, like the search for meaning and the nature of love and compassion. By using interdisciplinary studies, we realize that understanding God is not confined to one discipline. It is a tapestry woven with ideas from many areas. Each discipline adds depth, allowing us to explore not just the existence of God, but the impact of belief on individuals and societies throughout history. This integrated approach encourages dialogue among disciplines, leading to a more nuanced and comprehensive understanding of faith, spirituality, and the human experience. Anthropology and theology provide fascinating lenses through which we can explore the concept of God's creation. Anthropology, the study of humans and their cultures, helps us understand how people around the world perceive their origins and the universe. Different cultures have developed unique narratives about creation, often reflecting their values, beliefs, and environments. These stories reveal a diversity of thought about humanity's place in the cosmos and the relationship to the divine. By examining these diverse cultural perspectives, we can see how people make sense of existence and the natural world, attributing meaning to life through the lens of their experiences and histories. On the other hand, theology delves into the nature of the divine, exploring the attributes of God and what it means to be created in God's image. Many theological perspectives emphasize that creation is intentional and purposeful, suggesting that everything has a role and significance. This inquiry often leads to discussions about stewardship, morality, and humanity's responsibility toward the environment and one another. Theological frameworks provide deeper insights into the purpose of creation, encouraging believers to seek a relationship with God and to recognize the sacredness of all living things. When viewed together, anthropology and theology encourage a holistic understanding of creation that combines human experience and divine intention. This interplay can enrich our appreciation for the complexity of existence and the interconnectedness of all life, inviting us to reflect on how we engage with the world and our place within it. Sociology seeks to understand how human societies function, including the role that belief in God or gods plays within various cultures. At its core, sociology looks at how religion influences social structures, relationships, and cultural practices. By studying diverse societies, sociologists can observe that belief in God often serves multiple purposes. For many, the concept of God provides a framework for understanding existence, morality, and community. It can guide individuals in their values and behaviors. Societies often create rituals and traditions tied to their beliefs, which help to reinforce social ties among members. Through these shared rituals, communities experience a sense of belonging and identity, fostering social cohesion. Additionally, sociology examines how perceptions of God can vary across cultures. In one society, God may be viewed as a personal protector, while in another, God might be seen as a distant creator. Researchers study these differences and what they imply for societal norms, such as concepts of justice, the afterlife, and human relationships. Furthermore, belief in God can influence social and political structures. It may shape laws, governance, and even conflicts, as groups with differing beliefs might clash over fundamental disagreements about the nature of the divine. Sociologists analyze these dynamics to understand the impact of religion on broader societal issues, including power, inequality, and social change. Sociology provides valuable insights into how belief in God is not only a personal experience but also a powerful force that molds cultures, shapes social behaviors, and influences the fabric of human society as a whole. Augustine and Aquinas were pivotal figures in shaping the beliefs about God and the nature of faith throughout history. Augustine lived during the late Roman Empire and emphasized the importance of personal experience and inner conviction in understanding God. He taught that humans are fundamentally flawed, but through divine grace, they can find a relationship with God. His ideas about the nature of God as all-knowing and all-loving influenced Christian thought and provided a foundation for understanding sin, redemption, and the human condition. Aquinas, coming centuries later in the Middle Ages, built upon Augustine's ideas but combined them with philosophy, particularly the works of Aristotle. He argued that faith and reason could coexist, asserting that one could come to know God through observation of the natural world and logical reasoning. Aquinas is well known for his 5 ways to demonstrate God's existence, showcasing that the world operates under principles that imply a higher power. His thoughts helped formalize systematic theology, blending faith with rational inquiry, which encouraged many to explore their beliefs more deeply. Together, these figures significantly impacted how people perceive God's nature, creating a dialogue between faith and reason. Their teachings continue to inform theological discussions and influence countless believers in their quest to understand the divine. Friedrich Nietzsche provided profound insights into the concept of God and its impact on society. He is perhaps best known for declaring that God is dead, a provocative statement reflecting the decline of traditional religious beliefs in modern life. Nietzsche observed that as science and reason gained prominence, the belief in a divine being diminished. This, he believed, created a vacuum in moral values that had previously been anchored by religion. Nietzsche argued that without a belief in God, people might struggle to find purpose and meaning. He suggested that the absence of a divine moral framework could lead to nihilism, a condition where life seems devoid of inherent value or significance. He viewed this as a crucial turning point. Society could either collapse into despair or rise to create new values based on human potential rather than divine commandments. Moreover, Nietzsche emphasized the importance of individual creativity in shaping one's own beliefs and values. He encouraged people to embrace their instincts and passions, advocating for the concept of the Übermensch, or overman, This ideal individual would rise above conventional morals, creating their own path and meaning in life without relying on external authority like God. Ultimately, Nietzsche's exploration of God touched on themes of freedom, responsibility, and the human capacity for self-creation. His thoughts challenged society to reconsider the foundations on which values are built, urging a shift from dependence on divine figures to reliance on individual strength and potential. This call for re-evaluation continues to resonate, prompting ongoing conversations about morality, society, and the human experience in a world where traditional religious beliefs are increasingly questioned. Baruch Spinoza's philosophy presents a unique interpretation of God that diverges significantly from traditional religious views. Rather than seeing God as a separate being who actively intervenes in the world, Spinoza posits that God is synonymous with nature itself, encompassing all that exists. This idea is often described as pantheism, where God is not a distant entity but is found within the very essence of the universe. For Spinoza, God is immanent, meaning God is present in everything and cannot be separated from the natural world. This perspective leads to a more unified worldview where God and substance are one and the same. Every aspect of existence, whether it be a rock, a tree, or a person, is an expression of this divine substance. Spinoza also emphasized rationality and human understanding. He believed that through reason, we can come to understand the world and ultimately God. In his philosophy, knowledge is a path to spiritual liberation. By recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, individuals can achieve a sense of peace and acceptance, aligning their lives with the natural order. His work challenges the anthropocentric view often associated with religion, urging people to look beyond personal desires and instead understand their place in the wider web of existence. Spinoza's thoughts on God encourage a perspective that emphasizes the importance of ethics, human emotions, and the pursuit of knowledge, positioning the study of nature as a sacred endeavor in itself. Through this lens, he transforms the conception of divinity from an external ruler to an integral aspect of the universe, urging humanity to live in harmony with the natural laws governing existence. Albert Einstein's ideas sparked significant discussion about the nature of God and the universe. Unlike many traditional views, Einstein approached the idea of a higher power with a focus on the natural world rather than religious dogma. He famously expressed a sense of wonder about the universe. To him, the order and complexity of the cosmos suggested a deeper intelligence. However, he did not endorse the idea of a personal God who intervenes in daily affairs. Einstein often used the term God symbolically to describe the laws of nature. He sought to understand the universe's structure and function through scientific inquiry, referring to this quest with phrases like, "God does not play dice," implying that the universe operates according to understandable laws rather than random chance. His perspective was often described as a kind of pantheism, where the divine is intertwined with the universe itself. Through his work in physics, he offered a vision of a universe that is both awe-inspiring and rational, encouraging a kind of spirituality rooted in the appreciation of nature's laws. This perspective invites people to contemplate their place in the cosmos, suggesting that while the universe may not have a personal deity, it still holds profound mysteries worth exploring. Thus, Einstein contributed to the philosophical conversation about God not by asserting definitive answers, but by opening up a dialogue about understanding the universe through science and the beauty it reveals. Modern worship has transformed significantly in recent years, reflecting changing beliefs about God and spirituality. Traditionally, many worship practices were formal and steeped in rituals. These rituals often emphasized a distant, transcendent God who required reverence and structured forms of praise. Worshippers frequently sought formal ceremonies led by clergy that adhered to long-established traditions. However, as society evolves, so too does the understanding of God. Today, many worshippers embrace a more personal and intimate relationship with the divine. This shift can be seen in a variety of church services that prioritize community engagement and individual expression. Instead of focusing solely on tradition, contemporary worship often incorporates music, art, and technology to create a dynamic experience that resonates with everyday life. Moreover, diverse beliefs are increasingly acknowledged within many faith communities. Concepts of God are less about rigid dogmas and more about inclusive understandings. For many, God is seen as a source of love, support, and guidance rather than merely an authority figure. This leads to services that encourage open discussions, personal testimonies, and connections among members, fostering a sense of belonging and shared purpose. Additionally, the rise of online platforms has transformed how people engage in worship. Virtual services provide wider accessibility, allowing individuals to participate from anywhere and to explore different beliefs and practices. This global perspective has enriched worship, emphasizing a universal experience of faith that is adaptable and responsive to contemporary issues. Modern worship has shifted toward a more personal, inclusive, and dynamic expression of beliefs about God, reflecting broader societal changes and the desire for deeper connection and understanding. New religious movements often explore the question of God's origin from unique perspectives that differ from traditional religious beliefs. Many such movements focus on personal experiences and revelations, treating divine origins as part of a larger narrative rather than a fixed dogma. For them, God may not need a traditional origin story, but instead can be seen as a force that emerges from the collective consciousness of humanity. Some new movements might propose that God is evolving alongside humanity, reflecting our needs, aspirations, and moral growth. This idea suggests that God's nature and attributes can change over time, adapting to a world that is constantly in flux. In this view, the divine is not static but dynamic, engaging deeply with human life and the environment. Others might look at ancient spiritual traditions for insights, interpreting them through a modern lens. They may see the question of God's existence as a part of a greater cosmic mystery that transcends simple origin stories. In such interpretations, the focus shifts from when or how God began to how divine presence can manifest in everyday life and experiences. Ultimately, new religious movements encourage a diverse understanding of God that invites individuals to explore their beliefs actively. They encourage personal interpretation, celebrating the journey of discovery more than adhering to a singular traditional explanation of the divine's origin. This can create a rich tapestry of beliefs that resonates with contemporary concerns and aspirations. The internet has transformed the way people explore and understand religious beliefs in profound ways. In the past, access to religious texts, teachings, and discussions was often limited to books or in-person gatherings. Now, anyone with internet access can explore diverse interpretations of faith, opening the door to a multitude of perspectives. With just a few clicks, individuals can delve into religious philosophies, debates on the existence of a creator, and scientific discoveries. This abundance of information allows people to compare different beliefs and challenge their own views. Some may find reassurance in the vast array of online resources that align with their beliefs, while others might face doubts as they encounter contrasting views. Additionally, social media platforms provide spaces for communities to form, where individuals can share their thoughts and experiences regarding faith and spirituality. These communities can bolster faith through shared understanding or, conversely, lead to questioning and re-evaluation. Moreover, digital communication enables people to connect across geographical and cultural boundaries. This exposure can introduce individuals to ideas and practices outside of their own tradition, enriching their understanding of spirituality as a whole. In a way, the internet serves as a massive marketplace of thoughts, where beliefs are continuously developed, debated, and transformed. Ultimately, the internet does not dictate belief, but it empowers individuals to pursue knowledge and understanding at their own pace, influencing how they perceive the concept of a creator in the modern world. The impact is complex, fostering both connection and introspection in the quest for meaning. Rituals serve as powerful expressions of beliefs about the origins of divine entities across various cultures. They act as a bridge, linking the sacred and the mundane by connecting people to their understanding of higher powers. When societies engage in rituals, they often tell stories about how these deities came to be, their influence on the world, and their relationship with humanity. At their core, rituals encapsulate the narratives that cultures hold about their gods or divine figures. For instance, a community might perform a ritual to honor the sun, believing it is a living entity that supports life on Earth. This act reflects a belief in a divine origin, showcasing reverence and gratitude toward a source of power that shapes their existence. Through these ceremonies, they communicate their understanding of the connection between the divine and their own lives. Moreover, the methods and symbols used during rituals often carry deep meanings linked to these beliefs. Specific offerings might be made to appease a god believed to control the harvest, demonstrating an understanding of reciprocity between humans and the divine. Such actions highlight an expectation that divine beings respond to human needs, reinforcing a belief in their active involvement in the world. Rituals also serve to reinforce social cohesion by sharing a common belief system. As individuals participate, they are reminded of their cultural narratives and the origins of their deities, creating a shared history and purpose. This communal aspect of rituals strengthens their cultural identity while solidifying the belief in divine origins that guide their lives. Rituals reflect beliefs in the origins of divine entities by narrating stories of creation and connection, using symbolic acts to convey reverence, and uniting communities in shared cultural practices. Through these expressions, societies communicate their views on the nature of the divine and its relevance to their existence. Symbols play a crucial role in conveying the various interpretations and beliefs about God across different cultures. They serve as visual representations of concepts that might otherwise be abstract and difficult to grasp. For example, in many traditions, the sun symbolizes divine presence and power, while in others, a dove represents peace and the Holy Spirit. Because symbols are often rooted in the everyday experiences of people, they help individuals connect with the divine in a tangible way. Furthermore, symbols can transcend language barriers, allowing people from diverse backgrounds to share and understand similar spiritual ideas. A cross, for instance, is recognized globally as a symbol of Christianity, while the crescent moon and star signify Islam. These symbols not only foster a sense of identity among believers, but also promote a greater understanding of spiritual themes that unite humanity. Different cultures interpret and utilize symbols based on their unique histories and values, thus enriching the tapestry of human spirituality. For instance, in some Eastern religions, the lotus flower epitomizes purity and enlightenment, with its roots in muddy water. This striking image conveys the idea that beauty can emerge from challenging circumstances, a theme found in various spiritual teachings. Overall, symbols are vital in bridging the gap between the tangible world and the intangible ideas of God, providing a common language that allows for both personal expression and communal sharing of faith. They invite reflection, provoke inquiry, and foster a deeper connection to the divine across cultural boundaries. Religious ceremonies often serve as powerful storytellers, conveying the creation stories of God through symbolic actions, rituals, and communal participation. These events create a space where sacred narratives come to life, allowing participants to connect with their faith's origins on a deeper level. At the heart of many ceremonies is the sharing of sacred texts or oral traditions, which recount the stories of how the universe was formed, how life began, and how God interacts with creation. These stories are not just recitations, they are embedded within a broader experience that includes music, prayer, and movement, all of which help participants engage their senses and emotions. For example, a baptism can symbolize new life and spiritual rebirth, reflecting the creation theme of life emerging from water. Similarly, festivals that celebrate creation, like harvest festivals, often incorporate feasting and gratitude, reminding participants of the divine relationship between God, nature, and humanity. Rituals may also involve the use of sacred objects or elements, like candles representing light in the creation story, or bread and wine symbolizing sustenance and life. These tangible elements act as reminders of the mysteries and profound truths within the creation accounts, making them accessible to all. Through shared participation in these ceremonies, individuals are not only connecting with the story, but also with each other and their faith community. This communal aspect reinforces the teachings and values found in the creation stories, fostering a sense of belonging and shared identity, rooted in a deeper understanding of their spiritual heritage. Religious ceremonies are living expressions of creation stories, providing a framework for people to discover, reflect on, and embody their beliefs while honoring the divine narrative that shapes their worldview. Global interconnectedness shapes beliefs about God in profound ways. As people from diverse cultures and backgrounds interact more than ever before, they encounter differing religious perspectives that challenge their own beliefs. Imagine living in a community where everyone shares the same worldview. When new ideas and practices from around the world enter that space, individuals may begin to question long-held notions about the divine. This exchange of ideas fosters a more inclusive understanding of spirituality. People might adopt elements from other religions, blending them into their practices, which can lead to a richer personal faith. Conversely, this interconnectedness can also cause some to cling more firmly to their original beliefs as a way to maintain a sense of identity amidst change. Moreover, the rise of technology has accelerated this process. With the internet, individuals can easily access teachings and scriptures from various religions. They can participate in dialogues and discussions with believers from across the globe, promoting tolerance and understanding. However, it can also lead to confusion or radicalization as some individuals react strongly against opposing viewpoints. The impact of global interconnectedness is like a vast tapestry where threads of belief are woven together. Each interaction adds a new color or pattern, creating a complex and ever-evolving picture of faith that reflects both unity and diversity in our understanding of God. Global philosophical movements explore the question of the divine in various ways, reflecting a rich tapestry of thought across cultures and epochs. In Eastern philosophies, such as Hinduism and Buddhism, the divine often transcends personal gods. Instead, there is a focus on concepts like unity and the nature of existence. For instance, in Hinduism, the divine is seen as an all-encompassing reality with many expressions, whereas Buddhism emphasizes enlightenment and understanding the nature of suffering, often distancing itself from the concept of a creator deity. In contrast, Western philosophical movements have historically engaged with the divine from a more personal perspective. For example, in Christianity, the divine is often viewed through the lens of a personal relationship with God, which raises questions about faith, morality, and the soul's purpose. Existentialist philosophers, such as Friedrich Nietzsche, challenged traditional notions of divinity, arguing for a more subjective understanding of meaning, suggesting that individuals must create their own values in a world devoid of absolute truths. Moreover, existential reflections in secular humanism emphasize human experiences and the search for meaning in a universe that may lack intrinsic divinity. This perspective encourages a moral framework based on human welfare and ethical reasoning rather than divine command. Meanwhile, in the field of Islamic philosophy, the relationship between the divine and humanity is articulated through concepts of submission and the importance of divine will, focusing on how individuals can lead a life aligned with divine principles. In indigenous philosophies, the divine is often interwoven with the natural world, viewing spirituality as intrinsic to the environment and ancestral spirits. This connection emphasizes harmony and respect for nature, presenting a holistic approach to existence. Across these diverse movements, the question of the divine invites deep reflection on existence, ethics, and humanity's place in the universe. Each philosophical approach offers unique insights and frameworks to understand the mysteries of life and the role of the divine in our universal journey. The intersection between global scientific research and the understanding of God can be an intriguing exploration. As scientists delve deeper into the mysteries of the universe, they often encounter questions that touch upon the origins of life, the vastness of the cosmos, and the laws that govern everything around us. This pursuit of knowledge can lead to awe and wonder, feelings traditionally associated with spirituality and a belief in something greater. When scientists study the intricate workings of the universe, from the tiniest particles to the most massive galaxies, the complexity and order they uncover can inspire individuals to reflect on the possibility of a divine creator. Some people find that the more they learn about nature's laws and the extraordinary phenomena, such as the fine-tuning of the universe that allows life to exist, the more they feel a sense of connection to something beyond themselves. This sense can foster a belief that there is a purpose or intelligence behind the existence of everything. Conversely, scientific discoveries can also challenge traditional narratives about the divine. For instance, the theory of evolution provides a framework for understanding the diversity of life on Earth through natural processes rather than a singular act of creation. Some view these advances as diminishing the role of God, leading to a reinterpretation of spirituality that may not rely on a literal interpretation of sacred texts. Ultimately, the impact of global scientific research varies among individuals and cultures. For some, scientific discoveries reinforce their faith by offering new insights into the complexities of creation. For others, the same discoveries may prompt a re-evaluation of their beliefs. This dynamic creates an ongoing dialogue between science and spirituality, where each can influence and transform the understanding of the other. In this way, exploration and inquiry not only expand knowledge about the universe, but also enrich the age-old quest for meaning in human existence. Belief in God can significantly influence mental health and well-being in various ways. For many, faith provides a sense of purpose and meaning in life. When people believe in a higher power, they often feel that their lives have significance, which can lead to feelings of hope and resilience, especially during difficult times. Additionally, faith communities can create strong support networks. Being part of a religious group often means having access to social contacts who offer emotional and practical support. This sense of belonging can help reduce feelings of loneliness and isolation, which are common factors that negatively impact mental health. Believers also frequently engage in practices such as prayer, meditation, or rituals. These activities can promote relaxation and offer a way to process emotions or stress. Scientific research suggests that these practices can lower anxiety levels, improve mood, and even enhance the overall sense of well-being. Moreover, faith can provide coping mechanisms during crises. Many people turn to prayer or their spiritual beliefs during hardships, which can bring comfort and a sense of control over life's challenges. This reliance can help individuals endure tough circumstances that might otherwise lead to depression or anxiety. However, it's important to note that the impact of belief in God on mental health can vary significantly from person to person. For some, religious beliefs may lead to feelings of guilt or shame, especially if they struggle with certain moral expectations. Thus, while belief can be a source of strength and comfort for many, it may also present challenges for others. The relationship between belief in God and mental health is complex and multifaceted. While for many, faith offers support, community, and coping strategies, it can also carry burdens that affect well-being. Understanding this balance is essential in appreciating how spirituality interacts with mental health. Believing in a creator can offer several psychological benefits that are deeply intertwined with the way individuals perceive their experiences and navigate life's challenges. First and foremost, faith can provide a sense of purpose. When people believe that there is a higher power guiding their lives, it often gives them a reason to strive for personal growth and contribution to others. This sense of purpose can motivate individuals to overcome obstacles and engage meaningfully with the world around them. Additionally, faith can foster a sense of community. Many religious or spiritual traditions encourage social connections among believers, creating a support network where individuals feel accepted and understood. This camaraderie can lead to improved mental well-being, as social interactions are important for reducing feelings of loneliness and anxiety. Moreover, believing in a creator can offer comfort during difficult times. The idea that someone is watching over us can provide reassurance that life, with all its uncertainties, has a greater meaning or purpose. This belief can help individuals cope with loss, disappointment, or illness, allowing them to find solace in the idea that their suffering is part of a larger plan. Faith can also encourage resilience. By believing that trials are temporary and can lead to personal growth or divine lessons, individuals may find it easier to endure hardship. The notion that life has inherent meaning can empower people to respond more positively to challenges, drawing on their faith as a source of strength. Lastly, spiritual beliefs often promote values such as compassion, forgiveness, and gratitude. Embracing these principles can enhance emotional health, as cultivating positive feelings can lead to greater life satisfaction and improved interpersonal relationships. Faith in a creator can enrich one's mental landscape, offering tools for resilience and a comforting framework through which to understand life's complexities. Crisis and uncertainty can deeply influence a person's belief in God or divine origins. During difficult times such as personal loss, illness, or societal upheaval, Individuals often seek comfort and answers. In such moments, faith can serve as a source of strength. Many find solace in the idea that a higher power is watching over them, providing a sense of purpose amidst chaos. On the other hand, crises can also lead to questioning and doubt. When faced with suffering or injustice, some may wonder about the existence of a benevolent deity. This struggle between faith and doubt can be intense, as individuals grapple with difficult questions regarding the nature of God and why bad things happen to good people. Cultural and social factors play a critical role too. In societies where community and religious institutions provide support during tough times, belief in God may strengthen. Conversely, in more secular environments, crisis may lead individuals to lean on scientific explanations rather than spiritual ones. Ultimately, the interplay between crisis, uncertainty, and belief is complex. Each person's experience is unique, shaped by their individual circumstances, community, and personal journeys, leading to a wide spectrum of belief in the divine through life's challenges. In today's world, many societies are confronting complex challenges that reshape their understanding of God. Global issues like climate change, social justice, and technological advancements compel people to re-examine their beliefs. For some, the idea of God transforms into a source of guidance to address these pressing concerns. In regions heavily affected by environmental crises, God may be seen as a protector of nature, inspiring communities to take action and advocate for sustainability. Additionally, the rise of individualism in modern societies encourages personal interpretations of the divine. People often move away from traditional religious structures in favor of a more personalized spirituality. This shift allows them to define God in ways that resonate with their experiences and values, leading to a vibrant tapestry of beliefs that reflect a diversity of perspectives. Efforts towards social equity also play a significant role in redefining God. Activists may view the divine as a force for justice, fostering movements that seek to alleviate poverty and discrimination. This perception often blends spiritual beliefs with practical efforts, highlighting a God who is actively involved in societal betterment. In another layer, technology prompts new conversations about God. As humanity grapples with artificial intelligence and biotechnology, questions arise about creation and the nature of consciousness. Some people ponder if a higher power influences these advancements, while others see the potential for humanity to act as its own creators, leading to a spiritual shift about the role of God in all aspects of life. Overall, modern challenges prompt societies to engage in profound dialogues about faith, purpose, and existence. These discussions inspire individuals to look beyond the confines of traditional narratives and explore a myriad of interpretations that reflect their contemporary realities. Through this lens, the concept of God becomes more dynamic, adapting not only to the changing world, but also to the evolving human experience. As societies evolve, so too do their norms and values, often leading to changes in how traditional theological views are interpreted and understood. Imagine theology as a tree, with its roots firmly planted in historical beliefs and practices. As the environment around the tree shifts, whether due to advances in science, cultural exchanges, or changing social mores, the branches may adapt to capture more sunlight, symbolizing a broader understanding of spiritual concepts. One significant impact of changing norms is the increased emphasis on inclusivity and individual experiences. In many traditions, interpretations that once emphasized strict adherence to doctrine are now opening up to a more personal relationship with the divine. This shift allows for diverse voices, especially from marginalized groups, to be heard and valued within theological discussions. Moreover, as education and information become more accessible, people are equipped to question established beliefs. This questioning can lead to a re-evaluation of traditional doctrines, encouraging a dialogue that allows for reinterpretation of ancient texts and practices. For instance, discussions around gender equality and LGBTQ+ rights have prompted some religious communities to reconsider their stances, blending contemporary ethical considerations with their spiritual heritage. Additionally, global interconnectedness exposes communities to different cultures and belief systems, which can enrich theological perspectives. This exchange can lead to a fusion of ideas, resulting in new theological expressions that still honor core beliefs while being relevant to modern humanitarian concerns. However, this transformation is not always smooth. It can create tension between progressive movements and conservative factions within faith communities. Some may cling to traditional views as a reaction to the perceived threats posed by changing norms, leading to debates about authenticity and authority. Ultimately, the impact of changing societal norms on traditional theological views fosters a dynamic landscape. It encourages believers to reflect on their faith in light of contemporary realities, prompting discussions that are vital for the evolution of religious thought in a world that is always shifting. Religious institutions often find themselves in a delicate dance of tradition and change. As society evolves, so do the interpretations of God and spiritual beliefs. One way these institutions adapt is by engaging in dialogues with their congregations. They listen to new perspectives, integrating them into the community's beliefs while holding on to core principles. Additionally, many play a proactive role by encouraging education and exploration of contemporary theological questions. This can include holding workshops, discussions, and study groups where believers can examine modern social issues and how they relate to their faith. By fostering open discussions, religious leaders can address doubts and promote a deeper understanding of spirituality that resonates with today's world. Some institutions also look to their histories, re-evaluating past doctrines in light of current ethical and moral standards. This reflection can lead to reinterpretation of scriptures and teachings, allowing for progressive values to emerge within traditional frameworks. Moreover, the rise of technology has provided a platform for diverse voices. Online communities and virtual forums allow members to share insights and experiences, helping to reshape collective understandings of God. Through social media, many religious institutions can spread ideas quickly, reaching wider audiences than ever before. Ultimately, the adaptation to new interpretations of God is a collective effort, blending the wisdom of tradition with the insights of modern life. This enables faith communities to remain relevant while nurturing the spiritual growth of their members, fostering an environment where both old and new can coexist. Scientific advancements have a unique way of influencing spiritual beliefs about God, often acting as a bridge between the tangible world and the deeper questions of existence. As scientists make discoveries about the universe, such as the origins of galaxies or the intricacies of life at the molecular level, they reveal the complexity and order of nature. For many, this discovery inspires awe and wonder, mirroring the feelings often associated with spiritual experiences. Take, for example, the study of cosmic evolution. Understanding how stars live and die, or how the universe expanded from a singular point, raises profound questions about purpose and existence. Some people interpret these scientific principles as evidence of a greater intelligence or design behind the universe. They may see the laws of physics and the balance of ecosystems not just as random occurrences, but as a reflection of a divine order. Moreover, advancements in areas like biology and neuroscience have deepened our understanding of consciousness and the human experience. As we explore the brain's workings and unravel the nature of consciousness, questions about the soul and what it means to be truly alive become increasingly pertinent. This intersection of science and spirituality can lead to a richer understanding of humanity and a search for connection with something greater. However, the relationship between science and spirituality can also be challenging. Some scientific explanations might conflict with traditional beliefs, prompting debates about the origins of life and the universe. In this context, advancements often encourage people to reconsider or redefine their spiritual beliefs, leading to a broader interpretation of what God or a higher power might mean in light of new knowledge. Scientific advancements inspire questions and reflections that enhance spiritual beliefs for some and provoke critical reassessment for others. This dynamic relationship fosters a dialogue where faith and reason can coexist, with each influencing the other in an intricate dance of discovery and understanding. Harmonizing science with theological beliefs is a conversation that touches on some of the deepest questions humanity faces. At its heart, this dialogue seeks to understand how scientific discoveries and spiritual insights can coexist and possibly enrich one another. Many people see science and theology as separate realms, each addressing different aspects of human experience. Science focuses on understanding the natural world through observation and experimentation. It seeks answers to how things happen, often relying on evidence that can be tested and verified. In contrast, theology grapples with the meaning of existence, purpose, and values, often addressing the why behind life's biggest questions, topics that science alone may not fully answer. Some individuals find it possible to draw connections between the two domains. They argue that scientific discoveries about the universe, such as the vast expanse of space or the complexity of life, can enhance their spiritual beliefs. For these individuals, understanding the intricacies of evolution or the Big Bang theory can deepen their awe and appreciation for a divine presence or creative force behind the universe. They see science and faith not as opposing forces, but as complementary ways of seeking truth. On the other hand, there are tensions that arise when scientific findings challenge traditional religious beliefs. Some religious perspectives may interpret sacred texts in ways that conflict with established scientific knowledge. For instance, the age of the Earth and the process of evolution have been contentious issues for certain faith communities. In these cases, believers may choose to reinterpret their holy texts or view scientific theories as part of a larger divine plan. Ultimately, the perspectives on harmonizing science with theological beliefs vary widely among individuals and cultures. For some, an integrated approach fosters a richer understanding of life, while for others, it presents challenges that require navigation and adjustment. This ongoing dialogue encourages openness and exploration, allowing individuals to draw from both science and theology in their quest for understanding and meaning. The dialogue between science and religion has long been a fascinating exploration, as both seek to understand the nature of existence, our place in the universe, and the essence of what we define as the divine. When science uncovers new facts about the universe, be it the vastness of space, the intricacies of life, or the origins of galaxies, these discoveries can push people to rethink their understanding of God. Take, for example, the concept of evolution. When scientists uncovered the mechanisms driving the development of life over millions of years, it prompted many to consider how this understanding could coexist with traditional religious narratives about creation. Instead of seeing these as conflicting ideas, some began to view evolution as a tool or process employed by a divine creator, suggesting that God works through natural processes. This perspective blends faith with scientific insight and fosters a richer conception of the divine. Furthermore, advances in fields like cosmology have unveiled stunning ideas about the origins of the universe, such as the Big Bang theory. Many religious individuals contemplate how such a powerful moment can fit into their belief systems, possibly seeing it as the moment of creation. This merging of scientific explanation with spiritual beliefs has not only deepened faith for many, but has also prompted the idea that God might be found in the very fabric of the cosmos, represented through the laws of nature themselves. This conversation continues to evolve, as questions from one field lead to insights in the other. The complexity of consciousness, a topic studied in both fields, raises profound questions about the soul, purpose, and the essence of being. Both science and religion contribute to a growing understanding that pushes traditional boundaries, fostering a dialogue that aims to answer age-old questions in new ways. Ultimately, the interaction between science and religion does not have to create division. It can ignite creativity and curiosity, leading to an enriched understanding of God that resonates with both empirical evidence and personal faith. Through this dialogue, people are encouraged to explore deeper meanings and perhaps find beauty in the complexity of existence, where the mysteries of the universe can coexist with the sacredness of belief. Intuition plays a significant role in shaping beliefs about the existence of God for many people. When individuals reflect on their experiences of awe, wonder, and connection to the universe, they often rely on their gut feelings or instincts to interpret these profound moments. This innate understanding can lead them to perceive a higher power or divine presence. For instance, when confronted with the beauty of nature or the vastness of space, individuals might experience a sense of something greater than themselves. This sensation can evoke feelings of comfort and belonging, suggesting that a meaningful force is at play in life. Intuition helps fill in blanks where reason and logic may struggle to provide answers. It serves as a guide, allowing for an emotional connection that can reinforce spiritual beliefs. Moreover, personal experiences like moments of crisis, joy, or deep reflection often lead individuals to seek a greater understanding. During such times, intuition may prompt them to turn towards faith or believe in God as a source of hope or guidance. These instinctive feelings can sometimes hold more significance than empirical evidence, influencing their worldview and shaping the very core of their spirituality. Intuition allows people to explore the mysteries of existence in a way that is deeply personal and meaningful, providing a bridge between the tangible world and the abstract concepts of faith and divinity. The interplay between instinctive feelings and personal experiences ultimately enriches the diverse tapestry of beliefs about God, making room for a wide array of interpretations and understandings. The question of divine origins often finds itself at the crossroads of reason and belief. When we think about the origins of the universe, reason pushes us to seek logical explanations based on observable evidence. Scientists aim to understand the universe through theories such as the Big Bang, which suggests that everything began from an unimaginably small and dense point that eventually expanded. This explanation relies on physical laws and observations of cosmic radiation. On the other hand, divine origins are rooted in faith and spiritual beliefs, which offer answers that transcend scientific inquiry. Many religions propose that a higher power or deity initiated the creation, suggesting that there are mysteries beyond human comprehension. These beliefs provide comfort and a sense of purpose that cannot always be measured by reason alone. When reason meets the question of divine origins, a fascinating dialogue occurs. It leads to exploring philosophical ideas, such as whether we can find evidence of a creator through the intricate laws of nature or the fine-tuning of the universe that allows life to exist. Some thinkers argue that the complex order we observe could imply the presence of an intelligent designer. However, this discussion is not without its challenges. Reason can also point to the natural processes that govern existence without invoking the supernatural. This perspective suggests that the universe may be self-sustaining, relying on physical laws rather than a divine hand. Ultimately, the confrontation between reason and the question of divine origins invites us to reflect on our understanding of existence. It encourages an exploration that seeks to bridge the gap between what can be logically deduced and what is deeply believed. Through this discourse, we get to ponder not just how the universe began, but what it means for us as conscious beings asking these profound questions. The debate between faith and reason regarding the notion of God involves two different approaches to understanding existence and life. Faith represents a belief in something greater, often described through religious texts and personal spiritual experiences. It encompasses trust in the divine, even without empirical evidence. This deep-seated belief can provide comfort, purpose, and a sense of belonging to many individuals. On the other hand, reason relies on logic, evidence, and scientific inquiry. It seeks to explain the natural world through observation and experimentation. When discussing God, a rational perspective examines historical, philosophical, and often metaphysical arguments. Think of this as a quest for proof, where clear evidence and sound reasoning take precedence. The intersection of these approaches can lead to intriguing discussions. Believers may argue that faith provides insights that reason alone cannot reach, suggesting that some truths about existence are beyond human understanding. They may point to personal experiences, feelings of the divine, or the moral framework provided by spirituality as valid forms of knowledge. Conversely, skeptics may challenge the foundations of faith by emphasizing the necessity of evidence in forming beliefs. They question how one can accept concepts like God without the backing of logical proof or observable phenomena. This brings into focus questions about the universe's creation, life's purpose, and the nature of morality itself. The debate intertwines existential inquiries with human experience and intellectual discourse. It invites individuals to explore their own beliefs, encouraging a dialogue that examines not just the essence of God, but also the very nature of understanding itself. By navigating these discussions, people often find themselves re-evaluating their perspectives on life, existence, and the mysteries that surround us. Movies and television often explore the concept of God and creation in many ways, reflecting diverse beliefs and cultural backgrounds. In these stories, God can appear as a character, guiding or challenging humanity, or as an abstract force behind the universe. These portrayals can range from traditional religious figures, like in epic tales that depict biblical events, to more modern interpretations that question the existence of a higher power. Creation is depicted in various ways as well. Some films adopt the conventional narrative of a deity crafting the universe, emphasizing themes of divine will and purpose. In contrast, others explore scientific explanations of the origin of the universe, such as the Big Bang, drawing attention to the mysteries of existence without focusing on divine involvement. Dramatic narratives often incorporate conflict, examining the relationship between humanity and God. Characters may experience crises of faith, grapple with ethical dilemmas, or seek understanding about their place in the cosmos. This dynamic exploration resonates with viewers, prompting them to reflect on their own beliefs. Additionally, science fiction stories frequently venture into questions about creation through technology and artificial intelligence. These narratives ponder what it means to create life and whether humans, like God, bear responsibility for their creations. Overall, the portrayal of God and creation in media not only entertains but also invites contemplation about spirituality, morality, and our understanding of life. These themes often serve as mirrors to society, showcasing the struggles and triumphs of belief systems and the human experience in the cosmos. Pop culture has a significant influence on how people perceive and understand concepts of God today. Movies, television shows, music, and literature often reflect and shape contemporary beliefs, making complex theological ideas more accessible to a wider audience. For many, these forms of entertainment offer a lens through which to explore spiritual questions and existential themes. In films and TV shows, characters may grapple with their faith or challenge the existence of God, presenting various viewpoints that resonate with viewers. This can provoke deeper discussions about belief, ethics, and the nature of reality. For instance, when a popular story features a character who embarks on a quest for meaning, audiences may find themselves reflecting on their own beliefs in relation to that journey. Music often expresses spirituality and personal belief in unique ways, with artists drawing from their experiences to address themes of hope, struggle, and divine connection. Lyrics can evoke emotions that help listeners contemplate their own spirituality, sometimes reinforcing existing beliefs or prompting them to question their understanding of God. Additionally, social media platforms allow for rapid dissemination of ideas and viewpoints on spirituality. Influencers and creators share personal stories, philosophical insights, and interpretations of religious doctrines in ways that can engage younger generations who may not connect with traditional forms of worship. This democratization of dialogue about faith allows for diverse perspectives, encouraging people to form their own beliefs based on a mix of personal experiences and popular narratives. Overall, pop culture serves as both a reflection of contemporary beliefs about God and a catalyst for shaping those beliefs. As it engages the masses, it invites people to think critically about spirituality, offering both comfort and challenge in their understanding of the divine. Comic books and graphic novels often explore the concept of a creator God through a variety of narratives and characters that reflect diverse interpretations. For many stories, the creator figure is depicted as a powerful being who shapes the universe, much like traditional religious views. They establish rules and frameworks for the worlds in which characters exist, influencing their destinies as if they were puppets on strings. In some stories, this creator is portrayed as distant and detached, akin to the idea of a cosmic architect who sets the universe in motion but does not interfere with it regularly. This perspective allows for exploration of themes like free will, implying that characters have the capacity for self-determination within the bounds laid out by their creator. It's a way for writers to reflect on human struggles and the quest for individuality. Conversely, other narratives present a more engaged creator, one who interacts with their creations. This can lead to rich storytelling where the divine power might take a more personal interest, instigating challenges or providing guidance to their characters. These stories often tackle moral questions and the interplay between fate and choice, emphasizing that actions have consequences within the broader tapestry of existence. Additionally, comic books may critique or reinterpret traditional notions of divinity. Some characters embody traits that highlight the flaws of humanity, suggesting that even a creator can be fallible or consumed by their ambitions. This takes the idea of a creator God and turns it into a reflection of human experiences and vulnerabilities, challenging readers to consider what divinity truly means in their lives. Comic books and graphic novels serve as a unique canvas to explore the complexities of the creator God, using their narratives to investigate themes of power, isolation, interaction, moral responsibility, and the human condition itself. Through these stories, the medium invites readers to ponder age-old questions about existence, purpose, and the nature of authority. Crises often lead people to reflect deeply on their beliefs and their understanding of God. During difficult times, such as natural disasters, wars, or personal tragedies, individuals may encounter profound questions about suffering, justice, and the nature of divine intervention. This moment of uncertainty can act as a catalyst for re-evaluating one's faith. When faced with hardship, some people turn to their religious beliefs for comfort and strength. They may find solace in prayer, scripture, or community support, believing that a higher power is present and guiding them through their suffering. This reliance can reinforce a deepened faith, leading individuals to feel a stronger connection to God. Conversely, crises can also provoke doubt. When people experience pain or loss, they may question the existence of a benevolent God. It raises challenging inquiries about why suffering occurs, particularly when it seems unjust or indiscriminate. Some may struggle with the idea of God's goodness if they perceive inaction during calamity. Throughout history, theological perspectives have evolved in response to crises. Different faith traditions might adapt their teachings, offering new interpretations of God's role in the world. For example, some may emphasize free will, suggesting that human choices lead to suffering rather than divine will. Others might highlight the idea that adversity can lead to personal growth or a closer relationship with God. Times of crisis can significantly shape theological beliefs about God, stirring both hope and doubt. These periods of reflection not only influence personal faith, but can also lead to broader theological shifts within communities, highlighting the complex and dynamic relationship between human experience and faith. Throughout history, significant events have shaped how people perceive the origin of God, altering beliefs and understandings across cultures and eras. One of the earliest influences came from ancient civilizations, where gods were often associated with natural phenomena. For example, thunder, lightning, and harvest cycles led to the worship of deities tied to those forces, reflecting a direct connection between human experience and divine intervention. As societies advanced, so did philosophical thought. The rise of ancient Greek philosophy introduced new ideas about the divine. Philosophers posed questions about existence and the nature of God, moving towards more abstract concepts of a singular source of creation. This shift challenged the more anthropomorphic gods of earlier traditions, prompting a re-evaluation of the divine's origins. The emergence of major religions such as Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism further transformed perceptions. Each brought unique narratives about God's nature and creation, which influenced countless generations. For instance, the story of creation in religious texts provided a framework that framed God not just as a force, but as a conscious being who initiated the universe. The Age of Enlightenment marked another major turning point. As science began to flourish, events such as the discovery of the laws of nature led many to question traditional religious explanations of existence. People started to look for evidence-based reasoning rather than taking the existence of God solely on faith. This sparked debates between science and religion, prompting some to seek alternative explanations for divinity, such as deism, which suggested that God created the universe but does not interfere in it. In the modern era, events like wars, social movements, and technological advancements have also played roles in redefining beliefs about God. Challenges such as suffering and injustice have led many to question the benevolence of a divine being. Conversely, moments of unity and connection have inspired a more inclusive understanding of the divine, reflecting a desire for peace and compassion in the face of adversity. Thus, historical events have consistently influenced and reshaped perceptions of God's origin, shifting between perspectives that view the divine through the lens of nature, philosophy, religion, and personal experience. Each event adds layers to the complex tapestry of human belief, demonstrating that our understanding of the divine is as dynamic as history itself. In times of global uncertainty, spirituality can act as a guiding light, offering comfort and hope to individuals facing chaos and unpredictability. When the world around us feels fragile, spirituality provides a sense of connection to something greater than ourselves. This can bring peace of mind and a feeling that even in turbulent times, we are part of a larger universe. Spiritual practices such as meditation or prayer can help people manage stress and anxiety. These activities encourage mindfulness, allowing individuals to remain present and focused, which can be grounding when everything else seems to be in flux. This sense of grounding fosters resilience, helping people adapt to changes and challenges in their lives. Moreover, spirituality often emphasizes community and shared experiences. During uncertain times, people may come together in spiritual gatherings or groups, creating support networks that enhance feelings of belonging and understanding. This collective effort can empower individuals, reminding them that they are not alone in their struggles. Additionally, many spiritual beliefs encourage a hopeful perspective. They often teach principles such as trust, acceptance, and the possibility of new beginnings. These ideas can inspire individuals to look beyond immediate difficulties and envision a better future, thus nurturing optimism in the face of adversity. Spirituality serves multiple roles during times of global uncertainty, offering comfort, promoting mindfulness, fostering community, and inspiring hope. It helps people find meaning in chaos, making it a vital resource for emotional and psychological support when the world feels unpredictable. Many lesser-known myths reveal fascinating stories about how gods were created or came to exist. Often these myths reflect the values, fears, and experiences of the cultures that produced them. For instance, in some indigenous traditions, the world is created through the actions of a trickster figure. This character often causes chaos, leading to the formation of the earth, plants, and animals, and inadvertently giving rise to divine beings in the process. In certain African myths, creation is attributed to an original being or a cosmic force that embodies the essence of life. This entity, through acts of will or intention, creates lesser deities tasked with governing aspects of the world, like the sky, water, and fertility. This illustrates a belief in hierarchy among divine figures, where the supreme deity instigates creation and delegates responsibilities to others. Equally captivating are myths from the Pacific Islands, where gods emerge from elements of nature. In these stories, the ocean, mountains, and trees possess life forces that combine and transform, giving rise to powerful deities. This reflects a deep connection to nature and suggests that the environment itself is alive and influential in the creation of the divine. These diverse mythologies often share common themes of chaotic beginnings leading to the structured world, emphasizing that even divine creation can stem from disorder. Through these narratives, cultures express their understanding of the universe and humanity's place within it, revealing that the creation of gods is not only about the deities themselves, but also about the relationship between the divine and the earthly realm. When exploring the origins of God through scriptural passages, certain texts can offer intriguing insights. While most religious traditions affirm that God exists outside of time and creation, a few passages focus on different dimensions of divinity that provoke thought. In many ancient scriptures, the emphasis isn't on a moment of creation for God. Instead, some texts highlight a pre-existing condition of divine presence. For example, some interpret a passage where a figure claims to have been present at the foundation of the world as an indication of a timeless existence. This suggests that God has always existed, transcending the usual narratives of beginning and end. Another angle can be found in texts that describe God's relationship with creation. These passages often speak of God as a source of life and order, suggesting a deep connection between the divine and the cosmos. This relationship implies that while God may be perceived as having an origin in the sense of being the creator, God exists independently of the created world. Further, certain mystical writings hint at a complexity within the divine nature, where God is seen as both immanent, present in creation, and transcendent, existing beyond it. This duality can help us understand the origin concept as not being a singular moment, but rather an ongoing relationship with reality. Ultimately, these perspectives challenge us to think beyond simple definitions and explore the profound mystery of divinity, emphasizing that God's relationship with time and creation extends far deeper than human understanding typically allows. These considerations provoke reflections on existence, relationships, and the essence of divinity itself, presenting a multifaceted view of God that goes beyond conventional origins. Apocryphal texts play a fascinating role in shaping the discussion about divine creation. These writings, often excluded from the official canon of religious scriptures, provide alternative narratives and perspectives that can deepen our understanding of creation stories. They act like missing puzzle pieces, presenting varied interpretations of how the universe and humanity came into existence. In many apocryphal texts, themes of creation often reflect the cultural and philosophical contexts of the times in which they were written. For instance, some texts may emphasize a more personal relationship between the creator and creation, suggesting that the divine is intimately involved in the world. Others might explore the struggles and challenges faced during the creation process, showcasing a narrative filled with conflict and resolution. By examining these texts, scholars and theologians gain insight into the different beliefs and ideas that ancient communities held about their origins. This leads to a broader conversation about the nature of divinity and the various ways humans have sought to understand their place in the cosmos. Instead of a single story, these diverse narratives encourage discussions about spirituality, morality, and the relationship between humanity and the divine. Apocryphal texts act as catalysts for dialogue, inviting us to explore the complexity of creation narratives and how they shape our beliefs about existence. They remind us that the quest for understanding divine creation is not confined to one perspective, but is enriched by the multitude of voices from both established and marginalized traditions. Religious eschatological beliefs explore what happens at the end of time or the ultimate fate of humanity. These beliefs vary across different religions but share a common thread. They often reflect the nature of a created God. In many traditions, this God is viewed as an active force in the universe, responsible for creation and endowed with authority over what will happen in the future. When we consider a created God, it suggests that this deity is not only the architect of existence, but also involved in guiding it toward a specific end. For instance, in some Abrahamic religions, God has a plan for humanity that culminates in a final judgment. This judgment determines the eternal destiny of individuals based on their actions and faith during their lives. It creates a moral framework that influences believers to live according to certain values, knowing there is an ultimate accountability. Similarly, eschatological beliefs often highlight the idea of renewal or transformation, which supports the notion of a benevolent creator looking to restore balance and harmony to creation. Concepts like resurrection or a new heaven and earth suggest that the created God does not abandon creation, but actively works to fulfill a divine purpose. In contrast, some belief systems may depict a more detached deity, suggesting a cyclical nature to existence without a definitive endpoint. Even so, these perspectives often still reflect the created aspect of God by positing that the universe and its eventual outcomes are instilled with purpose and order. Ultimately, the connection between eschatological beliefs and the idea of a created God lies in their shared emphasis on purpose and moral responsibility within the grand narrative of existence. This relationship encourages followers to consider not just what happens at the end of time, but also how their lives today align with the intentions of a creator who has both shaped the universe and cares about its destiny. Divine culmination in religious texts refers to the concept of a final, ultimate purpose or resolution that is often portrayed as the fulfillment of divine plans or prophecies. Different religions interpret this culmination in unique ways, reflecting their beliefs, histories, and cultural contexts. In many religious narratives, divine culmination is associated with a messianic figure or an event that leads to a new era of peace and order. For instance, in Christianity, the culmination is often seen in the return of Christ, where believers expect a final judgment of humanity, rewarding the faithful while addressing wrongs. This vision encompasses transformations within the world, emphasizing hope and divine justice. In Islam, divine culmination can be linked to the Day of Judgment, where all people will be resurrected and held accountable for their actions. This belief highlights the importance of living a righteous life, as one's ultimate fate will depend on their deeds. The narrative illustrates a clear line between earthly life and divine fulfillment, emphasizing the transient nature of the material world. Hindu texts reveal a more cyclical interpretation of divine culmination through the concept of cosmic cycles, where the universe undergoes creation, preservation, and destruction. The advent of a divine incarnation, such as Krishna, often signals insight and directs humanity towards righteousness, indicating that divine intervention is essential for the restoration of balance. Meanwhile, Buddhist teachings may approach divine culmination more through personal enlightenment rather than a specific endpoint defined by divine will. The journey towards nirvana represents an ultimate realization of truth, breaking the cycle of suffering and rebirth. Here, the focus is more on individual effort and insight rather than awaiting a divine event. Despite these variations, the core idea of divine culmination often includes themes of hope, justice, and a transformative resolution, encouraging followers to live in accordance with divine principles as they await the ultimate fulfillment of their beliefs. Each tradition offers a unique lens through which believers can comprehend their purpose and the larger workings of existence. This shared quest for understanding points to a universal human longing for meaning and order in the universe. The idea of an end time, often found in various religious and philosophical narratives, invites people to rethink their understanding of God's origin and nature. Traditionally, many concepts of God portray a being who is eternal, unchanging, and outside of time. Exploring the notion of an end time introduces the idea of a climax or resolution, prompting believers and thinkers to ask deeper questions about the relationship between time, existence, and divinity. If one considers an end time, it suggests a defined conclusion to the current state of the universe or life. This raises questions about what God's role is within this timeline. For example, is God merely a creator who sets the universe in motion, or is God actively involved in guiding history toward a specific end? This perspective could reshape views of divine providence, emphasizing a God that not only created but also sustains and directs the unfolding of events. Moreover, believing in an end time can bring a sense of urgency to one's faith and spirituality. It can lead to reflections on moral choices and the significance of actions in the context of an eventual culmination. This belief may enhance the understanding of God, not as a distant figure, but as a dynamic force intimately connected with humanity's journey through time. Consequently, the idea of an end time fosters a more interactive and relational perception of the divine, potentially altering how people comprehend God's origin and ultimate purpose in this vast universe. Different communities seek to understand God in various ways, shaped by their histories, cultures, and beliefs. In religious communities, truth often comes from sacred texts that followers regard as divine revelations. These texts are interpreted by leaders and scholars who guide the community in their understanding. They draw on teachings, stories, and laws that have been passed down through generations, helping individuals connect with the divine and make sense of their existence. In philosophical circles, the pursuit of truth about God may focus on reason and critical thinking. Here, truth is sought through discussions and debates about existence, morality, and the nature of the universe. Philosophers ask profound questions, challenging assumptions and exploring concepts such as free will, meaning, and the role of faith. This approach encourages individuals to seek answers not only within themselves, but also through dialogue with others. Scientific communities, on the other hand, explore the universe through observation and experimentation. While science may not address God directly, many scientists ponder the origins of the cosmos and the principles that govern life. Some find their search for meaning aligns with spirituality, leading them to consider the possibility of a creator, while others maintain a skeptical view, seeking natural explanations for phenomena traditionally attributed to the divine. Cultural communities also play a significant role in shaping concepts of God. Indigenous groups may understand the divine through a connection to nature, treating the earth and its elements as sacred. For them, spiritual truth often interweaves with community practices, rituals, and a deep respect for ancestral traditions. Through all these diverse pathways, the pursuit of truth about God is a deeply personal journey. Individuals navigate their beliefs, drawing from their experiences, teachings, and the influences of their communities, fostering a rich tapestry of understanding that reflects the complexity of human spirituality. In recent years, a number of influential thinkers have ventured into the complex discussion surrounding the origins of the concept of God. Among them is Reza Aslan, a scholar of religion and author who examines how cultural and historical contexts shape religious beliefs. He delves into how different societies have developed various images of the divine and how these narratives reflect human experiences. Another significant figure is Richard Dawkins, an evolutionary biologist and outspoken critic of religion. His work challenges traditional views of God, advocating for a scientific understanding of the universe and exploring how life could emerge through natural processes without the need for a divine creator. Dawkins presents a compelling case for atheism, arguing that belief in God can be explained through psychological and evolutionary perspectives. Alain de Botton is also noteworthy for his exploration of how secular society can utilize religious practices to address modern existential questions. His approach focuses on the human need for community, meaning, and moral guidance, suggesting that understanding the historical roots of religious thought can provide valuable insights for contemporary life. Further, Karen Armstrong, an author and former nun, emphasizes the importance of compassion in various religions. She examines the historical development of the concept of God in relation to humanity's moral evolution, advocating for a more inclusive understanding of spirituality that transcends dogma. Lastly, John Hort, a theologian, bridges science and faith, engaging with contemporary cosmology and evolutionary theory. He offers a perspective that allows for a God who evolves alongside the universe, presenting a dynamic understanding of the divine that can coexist with modern scientific insights. Together, these thinkers contribute significantly to the ongoing dialogue about the origins and meaning of God, challenging established narratives and inviting new interpretations that resonate with today's society. Wisdom traditions around the world offer diverse perspectives on the concept of the divine, shaping how cultures seek to understand existence and the universe. Many traditions begin with the idea of a higher power or cosmic force that binds everything together. This divine entity may be viewed as a singular presence, often identified as God, or as multiple deities representing different aspects of life and nature. In many indigenous cultures, the divine is often seen in everything, from the mountains and rivers to animals and plants. This perspective emphasizes a deep interconnectedness with the environment, where the sacred is immanent in the natural world. Ritual practices and storytelling are common methods used to honor these connections and convey the wisdom of the land. In Eastern religions such as Hinduism and Buddhism, the divine concept often expands beyond a personal god. Here, divinity can manifest as an underlying reality or principle, such as Brahman in Hindu thought, which represents the ultimate reality that permeates all existence. Buddhism focuses more on enlightenment, a state of awakening that allows individuals to understand the nature of reality, often seeing the divine insight within themselves rather than outside. Abrahamic traditions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, tend to emphasize a personal relationship with an all-powerful God. Sacred texts in these traditions serve as guidance, providing moral teachings and insights into how to live in alignment with divine will. They encourage followers to seek a connection through prayer, worship, and ethical living. Across these various traditions, a common thread emerges: the quest for meaning and purpose. Many wisdom traditions teach that understanding the divine requires not only intellectual exploration, but also personal experience and inner reflection. This journey can involve ethical considerations, cultivating compassion, and striving for harmony in oneself and with others. Ultimately, wisdom traditions contribute to a rich tapestry of beliefs and practices that help people navigate their place in the cosmos. They invite individuals to explore profound questions about existence, encouraging both community connections and personal introspection in the quest for understanding the divine. Personal transformations often lead individuals to reevaluate their beliefs, particularly concerning the origins of God. When people undergo significant life changes, such as profound experiences or moments of crisis, they might find themselves questioning long-held views. These transformations can stem from various sources, including life experiences, encounters with different cultures, or even moments of inspiration. Consider someone who has faced tremendous adversity. This individual may previously have held a view of God as distant and unresponsive. However, in moments of deep struggle, they might experience a sense of comfort or connection that reshapes their understanding. This could lead them to view God as a source of strength or a personal guide rather than a detached creator. Similarly, when someone learns about diverse religious beliefs and philosophies, their perspective may broaden significantly. Exposure to different ideas might prompt questions about their own faith, allowing them to see God not just in terms of traditional teachings, but as a more complex and inclusive concept. This transformation can soften rigid beliefs and open the door to a more fluid understanding of spirituality. Moreover, transformative experiences such as meditation, travel, or forming relationships across different backgrounds can also inspire new beliefs. Engaging deeply with others' experiences may foster empathy and lead to the realization that our understanding of God may be shaped not only by personal experiences, but also by the collective human experience. Ultimately, personal transformations can shift beliefs about God's origin as individuals seek a connection that resonates with their own journey, leading to a more nuanced and reflective understanding of spirituality and the divine. Spiritual enlightenment can significantly influence how individuals perceive the concept of a creator. At its core, spiritual enlightenment often involves a deep understanding of existence, interconnectedness, and the essence of life itself. This awareness can lead people to reevaluate traditional notions of a creator, which might have been shaped by cultural and religious teachings. For many, enlightenment brings a sense of unity with the universe. Rather than viewing a creator as a distant, separate entity who operates the universe like a machine, some may come to see the creator as an intrinsic part of everything, an energy or consciousness that permeates all existences. This understanding often emphasizes that creation is not a singular event, but an ongoing process where every individual plays a role. Moreover, spiritual enlightenment can emphasize personal experience over dogma. It encourages questioning and exploration, leading individuals to discover their own truths. This journey may shift their view of a creator from one defined by authoritative texts to something more fluid and personal, evolving with one's own experiences and understandings. As individuals pursue enlightenment, they might come to believe that the divine or creator is not just an outer force, but is also represented within each person. This realization fosters a sense of responsibility and connection to others and the world, suggesting that the act of creating is a shared experience that each person partakes in through their thoughts, actions, and relationships. In this way, spiritual enlightenment can serve as a catalyst for redefining the concept of a creator, transforming it into something deeply personal and universal.